about O'Hara's King del Monte. But one day, I found it in a book. And this is the version I'm going to tell. Long, long time ago, there were two good friends. Tío Conejo, which means Uncle Rabbit. And you can make rabbit like this when I say Tío Conejo. And Tío Tigre. Tío Tigre means Uncle Tiger. And you can make like whiskers when you hear Tío Tigre. Tío Conejo and Tío Tigre were very good friends. But Tío Conejo was a very naughty little fellow. He loved to play tricks on his big and naive friend, Tío Tiger. And so one day, one hot afternoon, Tío Conejo Rabbit was eating a very nice fruit that it's called guama. You know the guama fruit, it comes in a pot, like a little pea pot. And you, in order to eat that fruit, you need to be able to open it up. Inside the pot, it's like white cotton candy. It has a pulp that tastes like vanilla ice cream. Some people know this fruit, this guama, as the vanilla ice cream fruit, because that's the way it tastes, so juicy and delicious. And so it was that Tío Conejo was under that guama tree trying to open the guama fruit to eat it. And he had to bang it on the rock, he has to jump on until he finally could open that delicious fruit. And when he opened it, it tastes so yummy and delicious. But it was teeny tiny. And he saw that that little fruit looked just like his tail. Just then came Tío Tigre along, and he said, "What, Tío Conejo, what are you doing there?" Tío Conejo knew that Tío Tigre was going to ask for food, so he said, "Don't you see, Tío Tigre, I'm eating my tail." Tío Tigre was very curious. He never heard about that. And he said, "Can you do that?" And Tío Conejo decided to play a trick on his friend and say, "Yes, please have a taste." And he handed Tío Tigre a piece of the guama fruit. Tío Tigre licked his whisker. He thought this was the most delicious fruit he ever tried. But then he said, "Can you give me more? It was so good." And then Tío Conejo said, "But you see, my tail was teeny tiny. It's no more there." And then Tío Conejo looked at the long spotted tail of Tío Tigre and how he waved it from one place to the other. And he said, "But your tail will surely taste delicious." Tío Tigre said, "Do you think my tail will taste as good and delicious like yours?" "Sure," he said, Tío Conejo. "You just have to open it up." "Would you help me with that, Tío Conejo?" "Claro," said Tío Conejo. "That's what friends are for. I help you out. Handed me your tail." Tío Tigre turned around and handed Tío Conejo his tail. And as soon Tío Conejo grabbed his tigre's tail, he pulled it and tied a big knot on Tío Tigre's tail. Tío Tigre felt very strange, but he wanted to eat that fruit, so he didn't say anything. But Tío Conejo started to laugh loud. "You sure look funny with that big knot on your tail, Tío Tigre." And he ran away to hide in his hole. Tío Tigre howled. He was furious. He growled. He said, "I'm gonna get you no matter. Sooner or later, I will give you the same medicine, Tío Conejo." Poor Tío Tigre. He spent the whole night trying to untangle his tail. But the next day, he decided to wait for Tío Conejo near the riverbank. He said, "Sooner or later, that conejo will have to come to drink some water, and then I will get him. But Tio Conejo is teeny tiny and very smart. He knew Tio Tigre was waiting for him at the banks of the river. So for 3 days, he did not go to drink any water at all. But after the 3rd day, his throat was dry. He couldn't even think anymore. He was so thirsty. He had to solve his problem. He remembered what his mother had told him. When you are in trouble, you look for help. Ask your friends to help you out. And Tio Conejo made a plan. He went to see his good friends, the bees, and asked for some honey. And the bees gave him a lot of honey, and Tio Conejo poured that honey, miel, all over his body. Honey, honey, all over his body. Then he went to the hojarasca, the dry leaves, and he rolled himself on top of that hojarasca. And all the dry leaves got glued to his body. And he turned then into Hojarasquín del Monte. Nobody could see there was a rabbit under that hojarasca. And disguised like Hojarasquín del Monte, he went to the river to drink some water, and he started to drink very fast. Lapi, 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 lapi. Tio Tigre was very curious. He had heard. His mother told him about Hojarasquín del Monte too, but he has never seen that creature either. And he thought, it is curious, this little Hojarasquín del Monte is drinking so fast water. So he asked him, Hojarasquín del Monte, when was the last time you came to the river to drink water? But Tio Conejo, disguised like Hojarasquín del Monte, didn't answer. He kept drinking, lapi, 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 lapi. Tio Tigre thought, this little leafy creature is very hard of hearing. He asked one more time, when was the last day you came to drink some water, Hojarasquín del Monte? Tio Conejo kept drinking fast, lapi, 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 lapi. But Tio Tigre was getting really furious at this point, and he said, I cannot believe you are not answering me. When was the last day you came to the river Hojarasquín del Monte? By this time, Tio Conejo had drank enough water, so he shook all the leaves from his body and responded, the last day was when I tied a big knot on your tail, Tio Tigre, and he ran fast as he could to his hold. Hide down his hold. Tio Tigre was furious again. He tried to get his friend, but he has never been able to do so. And so this is the story that I tell you about Hojarasquín del Monte. It's a little creature figure. It goes around in all Latin American countries. The version I told is my adaptation from a book I found from Venezuela, Rafael Riveros Oramas, and I adapted and give it to the Ruth, who published now in I Bring You a Story. Thank you very much. You're great listeners.
Mic back on? Awesome. Hi, friends. How's everybody doing? Can I get a big round of applause for everyone that's been performing? Amazing. Can I get an even louder round of applause for everyone that's been performing? Oh my gosh, yay! Everyone is so amazing. I'm just going to take a minute to remind everyone that we have the lovely Children's Book Bank over here that is offering books to everyone in the space today. And we have the lovely table at the back that's selling the books of the performer you're listening to. So that's amazing. So can we get a round of applause for all the books that are in the space? Yay! Amazing. And there's also a huge table of snacks. to my side over here. If anyone wants a snack, please go grab one. Now's your time while we get Stella up on the screen to go pee. Take a minute to walk around, stretch your legs. And if you need anything, grab someone. Can I get one more big round of applause?
Okay. Someone. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person today. I had to stay home today because I have a little bit of a tickle in my throat. But I am happy to be sharing stories with you. I've had so much fun listening to Ruth and Sally and Maria tell their stories. And I know that somebody wanted to hear a story about skunks, but I don't have a story about skunks. I have a story about beavers. So stories come from all kinds of places. They're everywhere, and you just have to find them. So sometimes they come from a place, and sometimes they're inspired by an event or a surprise that sparks an idea, and that idea grows and grows until it becomes a story. So my story takes place uh, in the Algonquin Highlands in northern Ontario at a spot called Halls Lake. And my family and I have been going there for about 25 years or so. And for us, Halls Lake is a place to connect with nature, to be together as a family, and to sort of enjoy life at its own pace. And whenever I'm at Halls Lake, I let my creativity free and I come up with some great stories. But before that, Halls Lake was part of a logging community. And in fact, the trees from the area were turned into lumber, and that lumber was transported to Toronto, where it was used to build the city that we all live in. That's kind of neat. But before that, Halls Lake went by a different name. Some people say it was called Kanashawinanagog. That's an Anishinaabemowin name, meaning Lake of Deep Water. And it's part of the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of Curve Lake. For thousands of years, the Mississaugas have lived and worked and played and told stories on the shores of the lake. And now I have a story about the lake to share with you. It all started about 9 years ago. We had a very heavy winter. There was lots of snow. The snow came up to my chest in some places. We also had a very early spring, and the snow melted quickly. It melted so quickly that the soil didn't have time to absorb the water, and the water ran into the lakes, and the lakes overflowed, and the rivers broke their banks, and a community downstream from us flooded. Now, everyone in the community got together and they used sandbags to help make a dam to keep the water from flooding the town. But despite everybody's best efforts, the town flooded and people lost their homes. And the community rallied together and they helped everybody rebuild. And the town is now even better than ever. And we all celebrate the heroes who worked so hard to protect and preserve their community. Now, while my family and I were cleaning up debris on Halls Lake, I came across a very strange stick. The beach was littered with broken branches. You could see where they had cracked off of the tree and all the jagged edges of the branches. But the sticks that I found were smooth. They had no bark on them like the others. And it looked like they had been cut on purpose by a tool. I could see the marks of the tool. I had no idea what this was, and I looked at it, and then I realized this was a beaver stick. I'd never seen one before. The beavers use their teeth to cut the tree, and then they use their teeth to scrape off the bark. And there's a little bit of spongy material between the bark and the wood that the beavers like to eat. And then the beavers use the sticks to build dams and lodges. Oops, I've lost a friend. So, um, I didn't even know we had beavers on the lake. And I realized that when the rivers flooded and the lakes flooded, it had damaged the beavers' home just as it had damaged the community downstream. And I started getting curious about beavers. And I learned quite a bit. I read some books, I went online, and I learned that beavers are a keystone species. That means that when they use rocks and sticks and mud to dam up a river, they create a wetland. And the wetland is where they raise their families. They make lodges in the middle of the pond, which keeps them safe from predators. But the pond they create, the wetlands, becomes home to many other animals that wouldn't be able to live there otherwise. So uh, what happens is that they have their lodge and they raise their kits. Baby beavers are called kits. They raise them in the lodge and they teach their kits how to build a dam and how to build a sturdy lodge. And year by year, the beavers make sure that the dam is sturdy enough to maintain the wetland for themselves and the other animals. And I found out that the largest beaver dam in the world is in Wood Buffalo National Park in northern Alberta. Nobody even knew it was there until we saw it from space. A satellite took photographs of it. And before that, it's too far up north for people to see it. And they've measured it, and it is as big as 11 school classrooms. And it was all built by beavers. So we know that beavers are hardworking animals. But what do you think is the first thing they do when they get to work? What do you think? They log on. When a beaver goes out for dinner, what is its favorite thing to eat at the sushi restaurant? The chopsticks! And why was the beaver chosen to play in the NHL? Because it's such a great stick handler. So, uh, but jokes aside, they do create a habitat for lots of different animals, for mammals and birds and amphibians and reptiles and insects. And so I started looking around my lake to see what other animals call this place home. And I learned about muskrats. Muskrats like beaver ponds because they can build their lodges there as well. Now, a muskrat lodge is much smaller than a beaver lodge. They don't use sticks and mud and rocks. They use cattails and reeds to make a lodge. And they burrow in there and it's nice and cozy. And their lodges are called push-ups. But sometimes if a muskrat is far from home and there happens to be an empty beaver lodge because the beavers are out working, the muskrat will sneak into the beaver lodge and take a nap. And then when the beavers come home, the muskrat quickly runs away. So, where do muskrats keep their money? In a riverbank. What did the pond say to the muskrat? What are you doing today? because a pond is water, and it asks, "What are you doing today?" And what was the muskrat's reply? "Oh, I'm keeping in shape by working on my push ups." We also have a lot of birds on the lake. And one up at the top of the lake, we have a very marshy area. So the water is shallow and we have tall reeds. And it's the perfect place for great blue herons to make their home. Now, herons are really big birds. And the great blue heron is the biggest heron in North America. It has grayish blue leaves, which is where it gets its name, great blue heron. It has long, spindly legs that help it walk through the water. And it has a long, narrow beak that it uses to snatch up fish and insects out of the water. And they are known for being fantastic fishermen. So the wetland that the beaver creates an area with lots of food for the herons, but it also creates the perfect place for them to make their nests. When the um, when the beavers make their dam and the area floods, a lot of the trees that are already in that area get waterlogged. There's so much water that their roots die out, but the trunk remains, and so do the branches, and they're still very strong and sturdy. And the heron will make its nest in these dead trees. And because it's surrounded by water, the predators can't get to them, and it's close to their food. And sometimes you'll see a great big tree with lots of nests on it, almost like an apartment building. Now, one day I was kayaking up at the top part of the lake, and I was kayaking through the marshy area, and I came across a heron who was fishing. So I asked the heron, "Do you have any tips for catching fish?" And the heron replied, "Well, sometimes it helps if you sing to them." And so I asked, "Well, what do you sing?" And the heron said, "Something catchy." So beaver dams also create lots of, um, well, beavers create canals. So they go and they chop the trees up in the forest, and then they push those trees down to the lake where they're going to use them to build their dams and their lodges. And then they create these canals or channels that go up into the from the lake to the forest. And they're shallow. And around this time of year, late April, early May, if we go up to Halls Lake, we can hear the frog songs. They start around sunset and they continue on well into the night. And it's the boreal chorus frogs. The male boreal chorus frogs are singing to attract the females to these shallow waters made by the beavers in the canals, so that the females can lay their eggs. And the canals are perfect for this. They have just enough water for the frogs to lay their eggs in, but the canals are too shallow for fish to swim up them, because sometimes fish are looking for a tasty snack like frog eggs or a frog. So this is the perfect place for boreal chorus frogs. And some frogs can even throw their voice, so it sounds like they're singing from a different part of the lake. Now, this might be enough to fool a fish, but the other frogs know this trick and they can find each other. So, what do you think is a chorus frog's favorite kind of music? Opera. What is their second kind of favorite kind of music? Hip hop. Why was the frog um, such a good basketball player? Because it has a good jump shot. And one day, Frog and Toad were having a picnic. And Toad turned to Frog and said, "Time flies when you're having fun." And Frog replied, "Time's fun when you're having flies. Yum, yum." So we have other animals. I've seen so many animals at the lake. I've seen all kinds of turtles at the lake. I've seen a snapping turtle and a painted turtle. And one turtle I have not seen is the Blandings turtle. The Blandings turtle is the rarest turtle in all of North America. And it's a very shy turtle. I've only seen pictures of it. Its mouth is upturned, so it looks like it's smiling. And it has a yellow stripe that starts at its chin and goes all the way down its neck. Now, the Blandings turtle loves to burrow down into the mud at the bottom of a wetland, and it can stay there for hours holding its breath. But even on land, the Blandings turtle is hard to see because if the Blandings turtle gets scared, it tucks its head and feet into its shell, and it has a very special hinged shell that lets it snap shut very tightly so nobody can open it up. And the Blandings turtle will stay in there until it's safe to come out. What do you call a turtle chef? A slow cooker. What do you call a turtle who likes to take photographs? A snapping turtle. What do you get if you cross a turtle and a porcupine? A slowpoke. So, one of the animals at the lake that we are not happy about are the insects, but they do play an important role. We have mosquitoes and horseflies and black flies. Oh, they are so bitey, but they do provide food for other animals. But there's one fly that we look forward to seeing at the lake, and that's the fireflies. So fireflies can be found all across Canada in all kinds of different places, but they do like beaver ponds because the soil is moist and there's tall grass for them to make their nests in. And fireflies have very delicate wings. So when they're resting, they tuck their wings tightly against their bodies, and their wings are protected by a hard shell. And so because they have that hard shell, fireflies are actually beetles. And there's like 2,000 different kinds of fireflies, and not all of them produce light. But those that do can communicate using flashing patterns of light. So, why does everyone think that fireflies are so smart? Because they're so bright. Why did the frog eat the firefly? Because it wanted a light meal. What is a firefly's favorite band? The Beatles. And what did the one firefly say to the other? You glow, girl. So I found out about all of these amazing animals that share the lake with me, and I wouldn't have even thought to look for them if it hadn't been for the beaver stick. And I kept thinking about them and how they work together to create a community. And I wrote a book called Five Busy Beavers. And I would like to share that story with you now. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh dear, I've lost a friend. Where'd my fifth friend go? Here he is. Is this him? 5! 5 busy beavers. Yay! So I'd like to share this story with you. 5 busy beavers building up a dam, closing up the river where the salmon swam, gnawing on trees and ferrying the logs, slapping on the mud that they carried from the bog. Along came a muskrat who wanted to play, and one little beaver swam away. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 busy beavers chewing on some wood, chopping down trees as fast as they could. Poplars and willows, maple trees and beech, searching through the forest, they found a bit of each. Along came a heron who wanted to play, and one little beaver scampered away. 1, 2, 3 busy beavers dragging back the logs, digging up canals that ran into the bog, pushing to the river and swimming to the lake, paddling their feet with no time to take a break. Who do you think they saw in the canals? Along came some chorus frogs who wanted to play. That's right. And one little beaver frolicked away. 2 busy beavers gather mud and silt, diving to the riverbed until the dam was built, patching up holes and filling in the cracks, thumping their tails at the rhythm of smacks. Who did they meet in the riverbed, in the muddy riverbed? Along came a turtle who wanted to play, and one little beaver waddled away. One little beaver in the setting sun, working very hard until the job was done, checking for leaks and tidying the sticks, shoring up a dam using all a beaver's tricks. Along came a firefly to light the way home, and one tired beaver paddled all alone. 4 busy beavers and their playful friend chums gathered at the lodge before the final beaver comes. Muskrat tidied up, heron strung up flower wreaths, the chorus frogs rehearsed, turtle gathered tasty leaves. Along came a beaver with weary eyes, who was greeted at the door with a big surprise. Thank you for letting me share this story with you, because after all, a story isn't a story until it's shared.
Wasn't that a fun program? We love that, Stella. That was great, Stella. Thank you. Shall we give Stella a great big clap? And now we have Sara Abujarar. She's going to come and tell us stories from the Kalila Wadimna. Animal tales, clever and foolish animals.
My friends over there have great jackets on. Show us your jackets. What does it say? Girl power and feminist. Amazing. I love it. Well, though these stories will be for you then.
You don't need that, right?
No. Hello, everyone. Nice to see some children here. Great to see some adults here. Now, I'm going to be telling you some animal stories. Does anybody have a favorite animal? Does my little feminist friend over there have a favorite animal? You have a favorite animal? A parrot. Wow, I love parrots. Why do you love parrots? Because they're rainbow color. Well, I love parrots because they tell better stories than me and more stories than me. They talk and talk and talk. And what's your favorite animal? An elephant? All of them, me too. I love them all. But what do you like? Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, I have a favorite animal too, and I'm so excited to tell you what my favorite animal is. It is a camel. You know why I love them? Because they have humps on their backs, and they carry water in those humps, and they can travel long distances. Now, long, long time ago, in the land of Persia, does anyone here know where Persia is? Anyone here know? Some adults must know. Nick knows. Where is it? It's the modern day Iran, right? And in the land of Persia, there was a king who loved ruling and loved his people. And he heard that in India, there was a herb that gave people eternal life. And he wanted a herb who wanted to rule his people forever and ever. So he called up one of his men and he asked them, go to India and get him that herb. Man jumped on Sarah's favorite animal, which is and he rode that camel all the way to India. Know where India is? I think Ruby knows where India is. Where is India, Ruby? What continent? In Asia. And he got to Asia to India. He started asking people, do you know where I find a herb gives eternal life? Do you know where I can find a plant that gives eternal life? Do you know? He asked everybody he could see, but nobody could tell him where that plant grew. But what they could tell him, almost everybody had a story to tell him. And in the end of his journey, he took all those stories, placed them inside of his heart, jumped back up on Sarah's favorite animal, which is, and rode that camel back to the king. Said, Your Majesty, no, I did not find the herb that gives eternal life. But I found something better. And you would agree with me on this, that it's something better. I bring you a story. I bring you 2 stories. I bring you 3. I bring you a lot of stories. And then he quickly took one of those stories out of his heart, reshaped it to sound like it's Persian, and told it to the king. There was once a dervish, a spiritual man, who loved all creatures, big and small. One day, as he was meditating by the river, an eagle was flying high, high, high in the sky. That baby mouse slipped out of the beak and landed right inside of the dervish's lap. He took that mouse to the palm of his hand. Why, he could hardly breathe, let alone open his eyes. And the dervish rocked that baby mouse back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. And placed her close to his heart. He breathed life into her. And she opened up her eyes. What a cute little creature. Wait, I want to take him to my wife. We can raise him as our own. She a bit, and as soon as he it became, and he took that baby girl and rocked her all the way home. Na, na, na. If we let's raise the girl. Oh, they did. Give her everything that she needed and most of what she wanted. This might want. What do you want? What do you like to have? Books. Little girls want books. What do you want? Like books. And animals and people. What a beautiful human being we have right now. And books and animals and people. Almost everything she wanted. And then she grew. And when she grew not only to be a beautiful young woman, but a smart young woman like this little girl who likes, and a kind young woman like this little girl who likes animals and people. And when she walked down the street, people looked, they whispered, have you fish? Oh, indeed she would. Their whispers in the dervish's ear came right out of his. What do you say? Have you found someone that you have your eye on who would like to marry? Oh, Father, yes, I'd like to marry. I'd like to marry the greatest and most powerful being on earth. And before she even finished, he said, you know exactly who that is. Why, there is nobody powerful on earth but the sun. Let's go ask the sun. And the two of them walked. They feel the warm sun upon their skin. And then, my son! Yes, my daughter over here isn't beautiful. She'd like to marry the greatest and the most powerful being on earth. And of course, who's more powerful than you? And the sun shone down even brighter. Oh, indeed, your daughter is beautiful. But you see, I am not the most powerful being on earth. For when the clouds come my way, they cover me. I can shine no more. It is the clouds who are the most powerful. Go ask the. And so the two of them walked. They walked and they walked until they reached a cloudy day. And then, hey, ho, clouds! And the clouds lowered down. Daughter over here, isn't she lovely? She'd like to marry her. Who is lowered, and they, she is lovely indeed. But you see, I am not the most powerful on earth. For when the wind blows me right out of sight. the wind, the most powerful on earth. And so they walked. They walked and they walked until they could feel the wind upon their bodies. And then he asked the wind the same question, and the wind blew. Who can blow with me like the wind? I am not most powerful on earth. For when I blow and I blow, I can blow anything in sight, but I cannot blow the mountain. It is the mountain that is the most powerful on earth. Go ask the mountain. And so they went. They walked up the highest mountain, and by now the dervish was very old. For him to walk up that mountain, he loved his daughter that much that he continued to walk to the very top of that mountain. And he asked the mountain to marry his daughter. She is lovely. See, I am not the most on earth. See all these holes and erosions in my body? It is the rat. The rat gnaws and gnaws at my body until I start rolling down. It is not I, but the rat who is the most powerful of all. And so they walked back down until they saw a small mouse hole. Mouse, mouse, rat, rat. And the rat peeked out of that hole and looked out. My daughter over here, she'd like to marry the greatest and most powerful being on earth. And we know that it is you. Won't you marry my daughter? Ah, it's your daughter over there. Yeah, she really is beautiful. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Uh, but you see, she's a human girl. Don't room in a house for a human girl. Oh, if only she was smaller. If only she was. I would marry her. How about it? Would you like to marry this rat? Would you really like to marry this rat? Yes, Father, I really, really want to marry him. And the dervish went back to that river and he prayed for her to turn back to a little mouse. And he turned back to the most beautiful little mouse. And the mouse married her own kind, the rat, the most powerful and greatest being on earth. Thank you. And when? Sure. Yeah, I suppose, but always have technical issues, always, always. Live, not live, and I'm getting undressed here in front of you. I hope this is being shown to the world, live streamed. There we go. Da-da-da. Somewhere there. There, and now I can hear myself. Good. I think it's this mic, though, yeah. All right. Now, smooth sailing, hopefully. Yeah, I know. We can just leave it as it is. All right, thank you. All right, there we go. And when the king of Persia, thank you. And when the king of Persia, oh, hello, there's my friend Chloe, welcome. And when the king of Persia heard those stories, he thought these would be the perfect stories to tell to the prince, his son, to teach him how to rule justly. Now, what do you think makes a good king? Or we're in Canada, what makes a good prime minister? Does anyone know what do you think makes a good prime minister? Somebody who is kind. Very good. Somebody who's kind. And he also thought that what they needed to know is how to be a good friend. Does anyone here have a best friend? Yes, how to be a good friend, because if you learn how to be a friend, you will know how to love the people and how to treat them like friends. And so he began to tell his son friendship stories. There was once a birdman, and he set his net down, and when he did, the leader of the birds flew inside of that net, and all the other birds followed, and they got trapped inside of that net. They began to flail their wings back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But the leader of the birds said, "No, don't flail your wings each on your own side. Flap your wings in unison. Only together can we get out of this net." And the birds began to flap their wings in unison, and the entire net went up, 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 up to the sky. And as they flew, the king of the birds said, "I have a friend who's a rat. He'll be able to get us out of this mesh." And they landed down underneath the tree, and they waited. And the king of the rats came. "How did you get yourself in such a predicament?" "It was our destiny to get stuck inside of this net." "No, it was not your fate, for I am your friend. I will get you out of this net." And the king of the rats began to gnaw at the part of the net where his friend, the leader of the birds, stood. But the leader of the birds said, "No, free the other birds first, and free me last." But the king of the rats could not take that. He continued to gnaw at the part of the net where his friend, the leader of the birds, stood. But the leader of the birds repeated himself, "No, free the other birds first. Free me last." "But how could you say that? Don't you value your freedom?" "Yes, I value my freedom. But you are my friend, and I know that if you were to free me, you might get too tired to free the other birds. But if you were to free the other birds, no matter how tired you get, you will continue to gnaw at that net until I, your friend, am free. Free the other birds first. Free me last. And the king of the birds began to gnaw at the part of the net where all the other birds were, freeing each one by one. And yes, he got tired, but he continued to gnaw at that net until his friend, the leader of the birds, was free. And then all the birds flew away in unison. Thank you. And people in Persia loved those stories so much that they were told so often. And there was a man, a very educated man, who was also very religious as the dervish in the first story. And he decided, because he spoke Arabic, because of his religion, to translate those stories into Arabic so more people can hear those stories and more people can learn how to live a better life. And so he translated them into perfect Arabic, and the book, Kalila wa Dimna, made its way into Egypt and into the Arab world. But it was a hard time in the Arab world at that time. Prophet Muhammad, may peace be upon him, passed away. And he was the ruler, the leader of all of the Arab world, and they could not find a king to replace him. Well, they found kings who ruled for God but not for the people. King upon king who ignored the people. People could not criticize the king. They could not organize against him because they would get beheaded. And so they took the Kalila wa Dimna fables, because those animals can criticize the king just fine. And they began to organize using those stories. There was once a fox, and it ran, and it ran, and it ran through the forest. And in that same forest there was once a drum, and that large drum hung from the branches of that tree. And when the wind blew, the branches of that tree hit that drum, and it made the most glorious sound. And that fox ran towards that sound until it reached that tree. What a beautiful, large drum. Why, there must be a wedding reception around here somewhere. Oh, that drum must be full of meat and honey. And the fox ran up that tree, and he began to shake that drum and shake that drum. Shake that drum with me. Shake that drum until it fell on the ground and split into two. Oh boy, I'm in luck today. The fox ran down, looked inside of that drum. But imagine his disappointment when he found that drum empty. No honey, no meat, just a shallow space. The fox stayed there for hours, crying. And then slowly he made his way back to his part of the forest, where his friends welcomed him and they were excited to hear his story of what he found. I don't know about you, but it seems to me that sometimes those with the largest bodies and the strongest voices are also the most empty. And those stories were used as resistance. But something happened. That book, the Kalila Wadimna book, the original book from Persia, was lost. They looked for it, they looked for it everywhere, but they could not find it. Maybe they still will find it, but to this day they haven't found it. And the Sanskrit versions of those stories were lost also. And the only ones that were left behind were the Arab Kalila Wadimna resistance stories. And so a man who spoke Farsi, because at that time people started speaking Farsi in Persia, translated that book back into Farsi. And he began to be told again in Persia, but this time with a little bit of a resistance twist. And I'd like to dedicate this very last Kalila Wadimna resistance story to the indigenous people of Turtle Island who are struggling for their land rights, and for all the indigenous people in the world struggling for land rights. There was once a group of elephants who lived in a land where it hadn't rained in years. They were hungry and they were thirsty. And one day, the king of the elephants asked the pigeon to fly all around the world to find a place that might have water. And the pigeon flew all over the world, and when it returned, it spoke of many lands that have water in it, but there was one land belonging to the rabbits that had a spring that was so beautiful that the rabbits called it the spring of the moon. Hungry and thirsty, the elephants ran towards that spring, trampling upon many rabbit holes and killing and wounding many rabbits. The rabbits gathered together. Fairuz was a witty rabbit. Fairuz asked if he may go and speak to the king of the elephants himself. They all agreed. And he waited until the full moon. And then he climbed to the very top of the mountain and he called out, "I have a message for you from the moon god." "What's your message?" "The moon god says that you're selfish and arrogant, and just because you are large and mighty, you think that you can trample upon those who are smaller. And if you don't believe me, come with me to the spring of the moon yourself and see how angry the moon god is." And the rabbit hopped, 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 hopped all the way to the spring. And the elephant thumped, 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 thumped all the way to the spring. And the full moon reflected so brightly upon the water. "Show your respect for the spring of the moon. Dip your trunk inside of the water." And the elephant dipped his trunk inside of the water, and when he did, the water began to shake, and the reflection of the moon began to shake as well. And the king of the elephants took that as indeed the moon god is angry with him. And he took all the elephants, and they left the spring of the moon to those whom it belongs to, the rabbits. Thank you kindly.
That was Sarah Abujarar Thank you, Sarah. It was lovely. And now we will move on to the screen once more with Eden Nameri and Jeffrey Canton telling stories from Aubrey Davis's books, Bagels from Benny and Bone Button Borscht. Stay with us. Check out the book bank table. Check out the Teen Leads table at the back where you can buy some of these books that have been whose stories we've been telling all day and will be telling this, we told this morning and we continue to tell. So check out that book table too. Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to an exciting session of Words Take Flight. Bagels and Borscht, a nosh of Aubrey Davis stories. I'm here today with Eden Nameri, and we are going to delight you with wonderful tales from the Yiddish tradition. So, I'm not going to say any more. I'm going to turn things over to Eden. I'll tell a little bit later.
Toronto used to have a number of independent children's bookstores, at least when my kids were little. And I'm pretty sure that it was at the children's bookstore, where many people from Storytelling Toronto worked and shopped, that we were introduced to Aubrey Davis's book, Bagels from Benny. Maybe it was Carol Ribner who sold it to us. Maybe it was Celia Lottridge. I don't know, but it was a family favorite for many years. After a few years after we bought that, I ended up joining the Toronto storytelling community, and you can imagine how delighted I was when I saw Aubrey Davis in person. I even got to hear him tell. Well, a couple of years ago, I was at a storytelling concert with my oldest, and Aubrey was there too, and I poked my son and said, "That's him. That's the man who wrote Bagels from Benny." My son, by then, was in his 20s, but he was still impressed. So thank you, Aubrey, for that moment and for so many others. Every town needs a good bakery. And Benny was lucky because not only did his town have a good bakery, Benny lived right over the bakery because Benny's grandpa was the baker. Benny loved to help his grandpa in the bakery. He would go down there every morning before school. He would sweep. He would pile up the cakes and the cookies. He would make sure the apple strudel was arranged just so in the window so passers-by could see it. And that bakery was always busy. People came in for cookies and cakes and breads, but above all, they came in for bagels, because Grandpa made the very best bagels in town. One morning, it was even more bustling than usual. Mrs. Whiting was in, and she bought a bag of bagels, and she said to Grandpa, "Your bagels, they're so delicious. They're crispy on the outside, they're soft and chewy on the inside," and she bustled out the door. Mr. Perrin, he bought a bagel, and he said, "Your bagels are so good, even the holes are delicious," and he left the bakery and hopped on his bike and rode away. And Miss Bertelli, well, she was buying a bag of bagels, and as Grandpa was filling up the bag, she said to him, "Oh, your bagels are made with love. Thank you so much." And as Grandpa handed her the bag, he said, "Why thank me?" Miss Bertelli laughed as she made her way out the door and said, "Who else should I thank?" Well, Benny heard all that, and he was puzzled. He said, "Grandpa, why shouldn't Miss Bertelli thank you? You made the bagels." Grandpa lifted Benny onto the counter. He said, Benny, aren't bagels made with flour? Yes, said Benny. Doesn't flour come from wheat? Yes, said Benny. Doesn't wheat grow from the earth? Yes, said Benny. Benny, who made the earth? God, said Benny. Then thank God for the bagels, said Grandpa. That sounded like a good idea, so Benny closed his eyes. Thank you, God. But there was no answer. Grandpa, did God hear me? Grandpa laughed. That's a good question, Benny. God always hears you. But Benny wasn't so sure. He went to school that day, but he didn't do any work. And at recess, he didn't play. And when it was time for bed, he was still thinking about why God hadn't answered. Maybe God hadn't answered because Benny hadn't thanked God in quite the right way. When the next morning dawned, Benny wasn't sure whether it was the bright sunshine pouring into his room that woke him up or the bright idea that had burst into his head. While Benny ran down the stairs to Grandpa's shop faster than usual, and he worked harder than ever. He swept and he piled up the cakes and the cookies, and it was busier than ever because, it was a Friday morning, and so a lot of people were coming in for challah, the braided bread for Shabbat. And Benny filled up bags with buns and rolls and challahs and bagels, and he said, Grandpa, would you pay me for my work? Grandpa raised his eyebrows. Pay you? How much do you want me to pay you? I want one big bag of bagels, Benny said. What do you need bagels for? Asked Grandpa. That is a secret, said Benny. Well, Benny had worked very hard that day, so Grandpa gave him a great big bag full of bagels. As Benny walked out of the store, with every step he took, he could hear the soft rattle of the poppy seeds and the sesame seeds at the bottom of the bag. And he walked right to the shul, the synagogue. He thought, well, this is where people go to talk to God, so this is probably a good place to thank God. But when he opened the door, it was so quiet. Usually he went with his grandpa on Saturdays, and it was full of people and busy, but it was so quiet. And he thought, well, it's not prayer time. Maybe I shouldn't go in. But he took a deep breath, and he stepped inside, and he walked through the sanctuary, past all the empty benches that were usually so full of people. He climbed up the stairs until he stood right before the Holy Ark. It was a giant cupboard. And Benny thought, maybe I should put the bagels in here, but maybe God wouldn't like it because this is where the Torah lives, and the Torah is God's very special book. But he took another deep breath, and he opened the doors to the Ark. And he said, God, thank you for making the bagels. They're the best bagels in town. And I know you make them, but you can never get to taste them because Grandpa sells every last one. So these are for you. And he put the bag down right in front of the Torah, and he closed the doors of the Ark, and he went off to school. The next day, on Saturday morning, Grandpa and Benny were going to shul. Benny loved going to shul with Grandpa. He didn't understand everything that was going on. He didn't know all the Hebrew words that were said, but he loved being there, and he usually look over Grandpa's shoulder and try to figure out the words in the prayer book so he could follow along. He would sing along as best he could, maybe a word or two behind. Sometimes he would lean against Grandpa and play with the fringes of his talit, his prayer shawl, but not that day. That Saturday, Benny sat bolt upright and stared at the Holy Ark. Until at last, it was time to take out the Torah. And when the doors of the Ark were opened, Benny leaned forward. The bagels were gone. I'm glad you like them, Benny whispered. I'll bring you more next week. And so he did. Week after week, Benny would go to shul every Friday morning and put the bagels in the ark. And week after week, every Saturday morning, the doors would be open and the bagels would be gone. After a while, Benny's grandpa got curious about what Benny was doing with all of those bagels. So one Friday morning, he followed Benny in secret. Well, as usual, Benny got to the shul and he opened the door and walked into the sanctuary and walked up the stairs, and his grandpa was hiding in the shadows, watching. Benny opened the ark, he put in the bag of bagels, and he said, Here they are, God. They're still warm, just the way you like them. And as he was closing the door of the ark, his grandpa bellowed, Benny, what are you doing? Benny spun around. I'm thanking God. I'm giving God bagels. Grandpa said, You're putting bagels in God's holy ark. Benny said, But God likes them. God eats them all, every week, every single one of them. Grandpa started to laugh. Benny, he said, God doesn't need bagels. God doesn't need to eat. God doesn't have a mouth. God doesn't have a body. God doesn't? Asked Benny. No, said Grandpa. Well then, where are the bagels going? Benny asked. Said Grandpa. You ask a good question. Just then, they heard the front door open. So Grandpa beckoned to Benny to join him in the shadows, quietly. And there they stood and waited and watched. In walked a man in a ragged coat. He made his way up the stairs and he opened the ark. He said, Thank you, God. Thank you for feeding me with these bagels. I've been so hungry for weeks ever since I lost my job. I was so hungry all those weeks ago that I came to shul hoping maybe to do a little work for a little money. I was so hungry that when I smelled something delicious, I thought it was my imagination. But the smell led me right here, and I opened the doors, and you had made me bagels right from heaven and brought them down to me. And for weeks, your bagels, beautiful bagels, they've stood between me and hunger. But I have good news. I have good news for both of us. I have found work. I start on Monday. So now I can feed myself. And you can stop baking bagels. He picked up the bag. He said, Oh, they're still warm, just the way I like them. Thank you, God. You've helped me, and now I will help others. And he closed the ark, and clutching that bag of bagels, he walked out of the shul. When he was gone, Benny burst into tears. He buried his face in his grandpa's coat, and he wept and wept, and Grandpa stroked his hair. Then Grandpa knelt down and looked into Benny's eyes. Grandpa's own eyes, they were wide with wonder. And he said, I wanted to thank God, but that poor man, he took the bagels. Benny, Grandpa said, you did thank God. I did? Said Benny. Yes, said Grandpa. Didn't you work hard for those bagels every week? Yes, said Benny. And didn't you end up giving those bagels to a hungry man? Yes, said Benny. And didn't that man promise to help other people Yes, said Benny. Well, Benny, said Grandpa, then you have made the world a better place. And what better way is there to thank God than that? Thank you.
What a wonderful story, Eden. Thank you so much for that. A little beggar was coming down the road. As he was walking, he was thinking about the next little shtetl he might encounter. And he was thinking that since it was Friday night, maybe someone would invite him for dinner. Have another piece of chicken, Mr. Beggar. A little more challah, a glass of wine. But when he got to the next town, he was very surprised because all the lights were off. There didn't seem to be anyone around. But nonetheless, he went up to a house and he knocked very politely and he said, "Have you got any food for a beggar?" "Go away," said a voice. "Oh," said the little beggar. Okay. And he went to the next house and, well, it was the same thing there and the one after that. But he did notice that there was one light in the little shtetl. And he went over to it, and of course it was the synagogue. And he went in, and there was the shamus. And the little beggar said, "You wouldn't have a little food for a beggar. I'm terribly hungry." "No," said the shamus. "And no one in this town is going to give you anything either." "Why is that?" said the beggar. "We are very, very poor." "Oh, well, maybe I could help." How could you help? You're a beggar." "Oh," said the little beggar, "I have a gift. I can work miracles." "Can you now?" said the shamus with a great deal of disbelief. You can work miracles, can you? What can you do?" "I can make the very best bone button borscht with these very buttons that are on my coat." And he pulled one up until he had 5 buttons in his hand. And he said, these buttons can make the best borscht you've ever tasted." "Really?" said the shamus. "Yes," said the beggar, "but there's one problem. I need 6. You don't happen to have a bone button, do you?" The shamus didn't answer, so the little beggar said, "Oi, I don't mean to be rude, but do you have another bone button?" The shamus still didn't answer, and so the beggar said in a loud, clear voice, but not trying to be, too forceful, "Oi, do you have another bone button so that I can make my borscht?" The shamus shrugged his shoulders and he said, "Well, I could see whether I could find one. I suppose I could ask Mendel the tailor." "Well, if you can do that, I will make the best borscht you've ever tasted." "Well, I need a couple of other things, though. I need a pot, and I need some water, and of course I'm going to need bowls and a spoon, because of course when I make the borscht, there'll be enough for everyone in the town." Well, Mendel was very skeptical, but the shamus was very skeptical, but nonetheless, he went to Mendel the tailor and he said, "Mendel, I need a bone button." "You need a bone button for what?" said Mendel. "There's a little beggar in the synagogue, and he says that he needs a button to make borscht." "What, the button is going to tell him how to make the borscht?" "No," said the shamus. "He says that he needs the buttons in order to make the borscht. And, well, maybe we could do with a little miracle." And so Mendel reluctantly gave a button. And then the Shamus and Mendel, they went out into the town because they needed to get the other things. They borrowed a pot here and they borrowed some bowls there. When they went to Leia, they asked her if they could have some spoons. Spoons for what? For the borscht that the little beggar is going to make in the synagogue. And he's going to make it out of what? He's going to make it out of buttons, bone buttons. This I have to see, said Leia. And she gathered together all of her family, and they all went to the synagogue. And other people from the little shtetl were there now. And they said, all right, Mr. Miracle Worker, it's time for you to do your thing. Yes, said the beggar. Let's start with the pot. We put the pot on the stove. We fill the pot with water. And we wait. We wait for what? Said the townsfolk. Well, we have to wait for the water to start to boil. All right. And when the water began to boil, the tailor dropped in one button. Plunk. And then the next, and the next, and the next, until all 6 buttons were in the pot. And the soup began to bubble in a very nice way. The beggar looked at that pot, and he looked at the townspeople. And after a few minutes, he lifted a spoon and he tasted it. It could use something. What? Said someone. What could it use? Maybe a little salt, a little sugar, a little pickle juice? Ah, said somebody, I'll give you some salt and some sugar. All right. And someone else brought some pickle juice, and into the pot these went. And the pot simmered. And there was this nice little smell beginning to come out of the pot. But the beggar said, oh, it needs something. Oh, said the Shamus, you know, I think I have a clove of garlic. And he went into the back of the synagogue and he got a clove of garlic. Actually, he got 2. And the beggar cut them up and he put them in the pot. And as he was doing that, someone said, do you think a few carrots would be of any use, or maybe some onions? I have some beets, said someone. Well, the beggar said, all of those things would make for a delightful borscht. So, absolutely. Bring them in. And with each vegetable that arrived, he would cut them up carefully and then he'd put them in the pot, which was simmering and beginning to bubble. And you know, it was beginning to smell pretty delicious. And he took a spoonful and he said, you know, this is tasting like pretty good borscht. Yes, if only. If only what, said someone. If only I had a cabbage. A cabbage, said someone. You want a cabbage? Yes, if someone had a cabbage. And a woman from the back of the synagogue said, I will bring you a bag of cabbages. And she did. And with the knife, he chopped off all those cabbages very carefully. And he added them to the pot. And you know, that borscht, it was beginning to smell not just good, it was beginning to smell delicious. And after a little while, the beggar tasted that borscht and he said, Oi, Gewalt, this is going to be the best borscht that you have ever tasted. Bowls, I need bowls. And he got a ladle, and he got bowls, and he set them all up, and he filled each of those bowls so that there was enough borscht for every single person in the town. And as they dipped their spoons into their bowls of soup, they thought, Oy vey's mir, this is the best borscht I've ever had. Made with buttons. Can you believe it? Made with buttons. Bone button borscht. Who would have thought? A miracle. This is a miracle. And they began to laugh. and they began to talk and to chatter. Someone started to play the accordion, and afterwards someone brought some challah and a couple of roast chickens and some wine, and soon people were having a wonderful time. 6 bone buttons. Can you believe it? And then the shamus said to that little beggar, "Why don't you come home with me tonight? Sleep in a warm bed." And the beggar just smiled. He had an enormous grin on his face, and he said, "It would be my pleasure." Well, the little beggar stayed in that shtetl for a few days, moving from one family to another. He stayed with Mendel for a little bit, and he stayed with Leah. He even stayed with my great-great-grandmother, the Bubba, and her son, Abram, my great-grandfather. They were there too. And every week he would make another pot of bone button borscht. Every week people would say, "Watch this. This is going to be wonderful to see. Imagine making borscht out of buttons." Those 6 buttons, so precious. But one day the beggar said, "You know, it's been very nice staying here, but I'm kind of a wandering fellow, and I need to go back on the road. I need to set out. It's been wonderful being here, but could I have my buttons back?" "You need the buttons?" "Well, of course," said the beggar. "I need them for my coat. I need to sew them on." And he got out a needle and thread. The townspeople were very distraught. "What are we going to do without those bone buttons?" Well, but Mendel the tailor had an idea. "What if I gave you brass buttons? I could give you 6 shiny new brass buttons to put on your coat. Would that do? And then we could keep the bone buttons." And the little beggar agreed. Brass buttons would look very fine on his coat. And Mendel not only gave him the buttons, he actually sewed them on himself. That was a sad day for the little shtetl, losing the beggar. But at least they had the buttons. Now I have to tell you, over time, some of those buttons disappeared. No one knows quite where they went, but you know, the townspeople realized that they could still make borscht. It might not have had exactly the same flavor as the bone button borscht that little tailor had made, but it was very good borscht. And they loved getting together and adding all the ingredients and this person bringing this and that person bringing that. It was that sharing and caring that was so wonderful for them. They were very grateful to that little beggar. And you know, I know where one of those buttons is. My great-great-great-grandmother, the Bubba, she took one of those buttons. She brought it with her to Toronto. I can't show it to you. It's very precious. It's very fragile too. So, I mean, I'm going to keep it to myself if you don't mind. But nonetheless, let me tell you that it does help to make the very best, the most exquisite, the most delicious, the most delectable bone button borscht you've ever tasted. Thank you very much for letting us tell some stories today. Eden Namari told Aubrey Davis's Bagels for Benny, and I've just told you bone button borscht. Worlds Take Flight has the wonderful opportunity here at the Transit Club of sharing with you books and stories. And you can get some of those stories at the table in the Transit Club, or if you're not seeing this in person, go to your public library. Go to an indie bookstore. and you will find not only some wonderful stories, but you might just learn how to make bone button borscht the way I did from Aubrey Davis's book. So thank you for listening to us today.
Coming up soon, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you can tell us about that. And we have Diana Cho, a wonderful storyteller and a writer herself too. And I am so honored to be here because they are so generous, you know, these two people have come together, have accepted to work on this partnership of creation without allowing Diana to take her wordless picture book, a picture book that has no words, that has no text, that you can read the images, just like the olden times when our ancestors met in the caves and told stories, and they also told stories with images, just images on the caves. That's how they began to tell stories. And Tao has created those stories without a text, and Diana took that book with pictures, and looking at each picture, she created a story. And so I invite you to listen to Tao and to Diana. Tao will tell us how she came with the idea of the book and where it came from and why she wanted to write this story, The Paper Boat, a refugee story. And then Diana will tell her story, inspired by the pictures and the book as created by Tao. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariela. All right, I guess we're gonna do this. Yeah.
got a lazy mic.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. When Mariella first came to me with this suggestion of a collaboration, I was super excited because I usually don't get this kind of I don't know, I guess an offer to collaborate with another performer or artist. So I am Tal Lam, and I'm an author and illustrator. I do mostly wordless picture books. The book we're talking today is called The Paper Boat, and a wordless picture book is basically a book without any text in it. It's purely illustration, and you use that you tell a story through viewing the illustrations. And it's kind of like a fine line between giving the reader enough information that they can tell their own stories with it based on their imagination and like life experiences. So everybody will have a different take on the story going through the book. For example, when I wrote The Paper Boat, my daughter was 3, so her take on the story was way different than when it first ended up being published like 3 years later. So her take on it was totally different because when she was 3, she had more observations about the illustrations. So she'll be like, why are there ants in the book? Why is like your family running? Or why does she look scared? But then when she was 6 and she looked at the book again, she had more questions about war and refugees. So a wordless picture book is great because it gives people of all ages and all experiences an ability to tell a story. And you don't need to be able to understand the language or the text or be able to read in order to enjoy that story. So that is what I mostly do. And the reason I got into wordless picture books is because when I first came to Canada, I was 3 and I didn't know English very well. So I would spend a lot of time in the libraries flipping through books and only being able to read or enjoy a story just by the visuals. So that's how I got into wordless picture books. The story, The Paper Boat, is based off of my family story. So like I said, I came to Canada when I was 3. We were one of the 1.6 million refugees that escaped Vietnam between 1975 and 1980, 85, I think. Anyways, so my family, my dad, my mom, myself, got into a homemade wooden fishing boat with a bunch of 27 other passengers, and my mother was 3 months pregnant at the time, and she didn't tell my dad because she didn't want to be left behind. So she didn't tell my dad that she was pregnant. And we were at sea for about 4 days. On the first day we were at sea, the engine died. And nobody on that boat knew how to like sail, and like most of those people actually didn't know how to swim either. So on top of that, the food and water that they all packed was like contaminated during the storm. So they weren't able to drink or eat during that time. But we actually, with all those troubles, we were actually lucky because there were stories of other boats that never made it, right? And that were either attacked by pirates or that they were sank at sea or got lost. So we got rescued by a Malaysian fishing boat, and we were taken to Malaysia, and we ended up in a refugee camp. and we stayed at the refugee camp for 5 months while we were waiting to be accepted by another country. So I don't remember any of this. And so a lot of the time I would ask, out of curiosity, like, oh, what happened about the war and how we came to Canada. And my parents, I think like most parents that have been through something horrific they didn't want to talk about it, which, totally made sense. But my mother had this story that she told, and every time I asked her about the war, about our escape, she would tell me this story. So long before the war started, there were these ants that would invade the house because there was food left out, and so they were looking for food. And her mother would put out a bowl of sugar water. So sugar water is basically just sugar and water. And that was used to trap the ants in the house. And so my mother would sit there for hours, and she would rescue these ants out of the sugar water. And that's what she did for fun. There was no TV during that time. So on the night of our escape, she was in charge. The family kind of split up because, because if we got caught, it wasn't going to be the whole family that got caught. It was going to be it was playing the odds, basically. So she was in charge of myself and my cousin. And we were supposed to meet at a rendezvous point, but we got lost in the grass, like really tall grass. And plus, my mother's not very tall. So we got lost, and she said that she spotted a trail of ants. And lost and desperate, she decided to take a leap of faith and follow these ants. So these ants end up leading her to the riverbed where the rescue boat waited. So that was the story my mother told me. And in a way, it was her way of explaining the war and the journey or the experience that she had, which was, to me, I thought was lovely because it was describing karma and kindness. So that was the story that she told me. And so when I wrote this book, it was important for me to honor that and also give a story that I could pass on to my daughter. I guess we didn't have slides on. I wanted to show you some of the art and kind of explain to you the process in which I work. I work mostly in collage, which is cutting up paper and gluing it down. But I love working with collage because it's sort of like a very versatile, but also anybody can do it. When I was a kid, I used to cut up flyers and newspapers or magazines to make pictures with it. So you don't need to be super fancy with it, and it's a great way to use recycled products. But for this book, the challenge was to create my own kind of texture paper. So everything you see that is black and white here, these are all hand printed texture papers that I did. And then all the color ones are basically scrapbook papers. So it's all hand done. And you can see, it's just all images that you can use to tell the story. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what Diana came up with based on the illustrations I created.
Thank you, Dao.
It has been such an exciting honor to do this collaboration with Tao. It was when Mariela first told me, I was really excited, but I was also very nervous, right? Because I wanted to honor her story as truthfully as possible. But her words, like all pictures, carry 1,000 words. So she let me go free using my imagination to see within the pictures and in between the pictures. And I think this story honors mothers. Happy Mother's Day to everyone for always building a home, not just in a place, but in our hearts where we grow and we become stronger and believe in who we are on our journey. So it was such an honor to have this story. It was like opening a gift because Mariela came. I was almost going on vacation. She's like, I got to give you the book. I got to give you a book. And I wanted to take my time because it was like receiving a gift and then opening it, the gift, and seeing what pops out. It was so exciting. So I did a word count. I used 1,479 words. I wrote it, the first draft, in about 5 to 6 hours. Like the illustrations were so inspiring and beautiful, and the words just poured out. And I named the story Drifting Under the Same Moon. The ants scurried over the words war and peace, printed over the newspaper scattered around the streets. The stomping of heavy military boots shook their land and ours. Their running away meant our running away. Everyone would run over land, sand, float over water and ocean. The ants were frantically searching for food. They scuttled around and into our dishes of shrimp and fish and rice and sweet potatoes. My mother filled a bowl with water and sugar to lure away the ants. I was afraid they would drown, so I put my chopsticks into the bowl and I watched them climb over my fingers, over my hand, around my wrist, along my arm, to my shoulder. I watched them scuttle quickly under my armpit until I laughed out loud, and then continued to scuttle down my ribs and slide down my blue pants onto the mud floor. The sounds of the tanks continued to shake the land. The sounds of the helicopters continued to chop up the clouds. The sounds of guns continued to break the songs of birds. I didn't know this would be my last family together in our home. As I watched the giant green tank plow past our window, leaving tracks of monster teeth marks on the land, flattening the running ants, crushing the green gardens and the orange blossoms under the yellow moon. I felt the nervousness of my father, punctuated by long silences, yet comforted by my grandmother's warm touch and gentle smile. We hurried around the house, scurrying around, collecting coins and paper money and jewelry, and my mother hid them in extra pockets she had sewn in the seams of my jacket and blue pants. I wish I packed some dried fish, fried fish, and savored my grandmother's cooking. I wish I packed my dolls with permanent smiles on their faces and rosy cheeks. I wish I packed paper and some blue crayons to draw the patterns and colors of my home across the sea. But time was running, and we had to run faster than time. We became lost inside rain and mist that wrapped around us like warm blankets, protecting us from the soldiers who were hunting us, from the machines that would make our houses and fences crumble. And then we looked, and our feet followed the ants, and they guided us through the tall green grass, and I peered between the green blades, and I saw the heavy black boots of the soldiers. And I felt their angry footsteps and the weight of war and hatred. We were silent. And when the footsteps disappeared, we ran, we ran, we ran, we run, we won, we run. I felt my hand slip away from my mother's. I tripped. I fell flat on the ground, my face touching the earth, and I held my breath until I felt my mother lift me in her arms and hold me against her heart. I began to cry, but my mother put her gentle hand over my mouth, and I felt her belly tremble. Finally, silence and peace. And my mother held me in her lap, and we inhaled the sweet smell of the tall green grass. And then I heard the soldiers coming again. They pushed the tall green grass this way with a swick, and pushed the tall green grass that way with a swack. I saw their ugly rifles and their faces painted with mud and their metallic murky green helmets. Silence, silence. We waited for silence again, and the footsteps disappeared. My mother held me, and we looked up at the moon, and it illuminated the clouds, painting animals in the night sky. Animals that drifted into our half-dreams. We saw the water buffalo with horns floating on the river cloud, and monkeys swinging in the palm trees. We saw the body of the python weaving over the cloud hills and over the cloud valleys. We looked down at a path lit by the moon, and we saw our friends, the ants, and we followed them through the tall grass, and they led us all the way to the water's edge. And there we saw a patrol boat with a soldier and gun gliding along the water. We were quiet, we were hidden, we were silent. I felt the sand seep into my shoes and in between my toes. We waited for my father and my grandmother to meet us here with a boat. While we were waiting, my mother took out our last pork bun wrapped in pink paper. And then she ironed out all the creases, and together we folded it into a paper boat. And then in the darkness, I heard the whispers of my father and grandmother calling out to us. My mother picked us up, and she ran towards the boat, her feet rising and sinking in the sand. The paper boat fell from my hand and tumbled away as we jumped into the wooden boat and went farther and farther, floating farther away from home. I watched the wind toss the paper boat along the shore. And as it did, the ants ran and jumped into the paper boat. And just as it dipped into the water, they sailed away. They sailed and sailed. We drifted under the same moon. We floated over the sea. and watched the sun climb higher and higher up into the sky, getting hot, hot, hotter, burning hot. The ants were so thirsty. We were so thirsty. Water everywhere around us forever, but we could not drink one drop of ocean. We were hungry. The ants were hungry. Our bellies were empty and aching. There was no food. We tasted only the salty sea wind brushing against our lips and drying our throats. I dreamt of our new home. I kept on dreaming. The seabirds circled our boats, and they swooped down towards the paper boat, and they snatched up the bodies of the ants. They screeched at us humans for being too big to be eaten. Many of us fell asleep against each other, our bodies squeezed tight like candy melting in the sun. We floated. We drifted. Some fell into a long, deep sleep. I watched the ants fall into the sea in my dreams. Some of them nibbled on the paper boat to fill their hungry bellies. I was cradled in my mother's arms, drifting on the sea, wave over wave. The water looked like diamonds in the sunlight. The water looked like pearls in the moonlight. The world was glimmering, but our bodies and breathing felt like rocks. One night, our boat began to lift higher and higher. And we saw streaks of electric light zigzag across the black sky, thundering and striking the Black Sea. We clung onto each other. We clung onto the boat, water above us, water below us. And I held onto my mother, and I could hear 2 heartbeats drifting inside thunder and water, thunder and water. We were lost at sea, lightning bolts trapping us. I drifted farther and farther into my dreams, dreams of our new home built by my mother and father in a new world, a world with no guns, no tanks, no helicopters. I felt the sunlight on my face, orange light against my eyelids too heavy to open. I heard my heartbeat and my mother's and another. I saw the ants stumbling over the land, thousands of ants racing towards a garden of green and blossoms of oranges, reds, and yellows. I tasted shrimp and sweet potatoes and my grandmother's fried fish. I heard the laughter of my family and talking, and we were wearing blue sweaters, the same blue from my home across the ocean. I opened my eyes. I am no longer in a boat in a storm. I opened my eyes. I am no longer drifting in a boat under the hot desert sun. I open my eyes, and I am sitting at the dinner table with my father and mother and my baby sister running around the table into my mother's arms, laughing like ants, tickling her armpits and ribs. I taste my mother's fish and remember my grandmother. I light incense and I talk to her photo every day and remember my home across the ocean. We live in a city with tall buildings instead of tall green grass. We live in a space far away from the sea and mango gardens. We live in an ocean of people from many places. We live in a home we have built in a new land along with the ants, under the same moon, no longer drifting. Thank you. Thank you, Tao. Thank you. Thank you to Tao for her story. Thank you so much. It's all Tao's pictures were 1,000 words, and it was such a joy and a gift to bring words and imagination and seeing her story and her journey. Thank you so much, Tao. And thank you, Mariela, for bringing this really beautiful match together. That's our midwife.
I also want to thank you because I don't often get the opportunity to present a wordless picture book. I usually, is that me? Am I too close? Okay. I often decline any offers that come my way to read a wordless picture book because it's a hard thing to do. It all depends on the audience that you're with. And I've tried it with my first wordless picture book, and I failed really badly. Thank God there was no video of that. So it was really nice when I got this offer because I really want to see what readers come up with when they flip through my stories, because to me it's a collaboration of a sort. Because as an author, I don't even know if I can call myself an author with a wordless picture book. The Canadian Grant Association will not call me that, but that's another story. But yeah, because it's a collaboration between me and the reader. So I will provide the illustrations, and then the reader will come up with their own story. So I think it was the first time I heard your take on the paper boat, I had chills because it was like the first time like I can fully see what another person sees in the story that I created. So I wanted to thank you for that. Yeah, and I still get chills hearing you read it because you have a way. Like I envy all storytelling performers because you guys can do something I can't. I'm an introvert. I stay home and just write books. But to get on stage and perform and with such emotion and life to it, like I really do admire that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm an introvert too. I know it's hard to. I am an introvert.
Yeah, and it's also an opportunity to make a new friend. We've only met like 3 times maybe, but I felt like I've known Diana for a while. Like we bonded really well. So it was just great to see somebody else, another artist, bring another layer to this story, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Natalia even said when she interviewed us, she said, "How long have you known each other?" And she goes, "We both said we just met like right now in person."
Yes.
So it was great.
Yeah, it was. And
did you want to share some of your? Were you going to talk more about your work?
I guess so. I mean, like, what else is there to cover?
What do you feel, Mariela?
I just wanted to say, I wanted to say a couple of things about wordless picture books, actually. I first came across Tao's work because I was on a committee to select silent books for the silent books collection on the island of Lampedusa and also in Italy, in Rome, where they are housed. They are wordless picture books from around the world. And we have used these books actually in Rome on a training program, training people who work with newcomers and refugee people, because they are the perfect type of book to use with people who don't speak the language. They're actually books that are beyond barriers, right? You can use these books with anyone. And they're wonderful because they are allowing anybody who has them in their hands to tell a story, an inside story, an internal story, or a story that they can give voice to with others, sharing the book in any language, right? You can take that book, your book, Tao, and you could read it anywhere in the world. And I think that that's very, very powerful. It's a way of uniting us too as readers, right, across the world. And so I just wanted to say that because it's through, IBBY, which is an international organization that promotes reading among children to create more understanding between people. And this work of the silent books is very dear to our heart for that reason. So thank you again for contributing all these wonderful wordless picture books. I wanted to say that, we open the floor to questions to Tao and to Diana because I think there might be some questions there. I wanted to also say that there are refreshments on the table here, help yourselves. And there is tin lids, the table at the back where they're selling books. They're selling Tao's books as well. The paper boat is there. I don't know if you would feel inclined to maybe autograph a few copies here and there.
Yeah, if
Maybe?
you buy the book, I will autograph it.
And what else? I wanted to say one more thing, but yes. Oh, yes, the raffle. That's what it was. The publisher has very kindly donated a copy of the book. And so we are going to have a raffle now to raffle it off. And I think everybody has a ticket. Yes? Somebody's missing a ticket? Everybody has a ticket? And Tao, you can pull it and give the book away, okay? Yes. We're just waiting until more tickets are coming. We're so excited about this. Somebody's going to win this book now. And it's Our Kids, the publisher, by the way. Thank you to Alison McLachlan for donating the book.
Thank you so much. I didn't forget anything.
No, it's lovely. It's just lovely.
Okay.
All right. Any questions in the meantime? Any
Yeah.
questions from the floor?
Any questions?
Did you have a question? Yes? Hi.
Curious, as the storyteller, as you were looking at the book, were you also incorporating any of your own history or your own history into the story that you saw?
So the question is if the storyteller, when she was creating the book, was incorporating any of her own experiences, her own life story in telling this story.
That's a great question. When I started writing, I actually was not conscious. So if conscious of what I was doing, I was just letting words come as I was typing. But I know as a storyteller, whoever we are, right through our ancestry, it's inside us. So I am sure some of those experiences and images also slipped from many migration stories of many peoples in my ancestry and in my family line. But when I was doing it, I was not consciously thinking about my family. I was literally immersed in the pictures, and then I would just let whatever arose, whatever images or words came, and then I would just type them out. Thank you so much. Thank you. Couple of drafts. Yeah, a few drafts to go through.
One more round of applause for these people here. Thank you. And the tickets? Everybody got a ticket?
Swish it around.
Swish it around and
Swish it
some
around.
more.
Okay.
And
Here
the
we
number
go.
is?
The number is 032842255.
Who's that?
So that's
Uh-oh.
032842255.
Oh.
Because
maybe
some
they-
people may have So
Here we
one
go.
more.
That was the.
Okay.
No?
Takers? One more.
0 03284 27.
Where's
I feel like this has been rigged.
So shall we give it one more?
I can give you a copy at home.
Three is a good number. 3 is good.
Okay, so here we go again. 03284 Bingo. Hooray, congratulations.
Thank you so much for being such a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Plan to do another collaboration?
Oh,
We would love, I would love to.
I got a couple of other books. She's
She's got tons of books.
Excellent. So we're going to be taking 15 minutes now, I think, and then we'll return with Nadia Khan and the presentation of Little Miss Lou, another picture book, and we'll take it on from there. Thank you. Hello? Yes. Welcome back to the stage. We have here Nadia Han. She is an author of children's books. She has written many. You can go on her website and check all the titles. We have some of the titles here held by tin lids at the table there. You can check out those books. But she's here this afternoon especially to talk about another storyteller who also lived in another place, but also moved to Canada and lived in Toronto, actually. And she was known as a storyteller by many, many people, and she did wonderful, wonderful things. So I'm going to let Nadia tell you all about it. I just wanted to also say that our friend, a dear friend and beloved storyteller, Sandra Whiting, was supposed to be here too, but unfortunately she cannot join us today. But Nadia will take over here and tell, thank you, about Little Miss Lou.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariela. All right, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, I should say. It's so good to be with all of you. I am really happy. I see familiar faces, and I actually visited Toronto Storytelling, I think once or twice, and it was years ago, and someone here remembered me from that. I went up and just said some stories, and I wasn't even published as an author yet, and I remember the thrill I had of sharing stories, so that's never gone away. But today, it was us to have Sandra Whiting here, and I was really excited to share that I actually saw Sandra storytelling when I was about 10 or 11 years old. That was the first time I saw her. This is in the 1980s, and she came to my local library branch, and I was just like, wow, like I'd never seen Jamaican storytelling live before. So that had an impact on me, and that's around the time I also learned about the other influence on my storytelling, which is Louise Bennett Coverley, also known as Miss Lou. So Miss Lou, so many things. She was, hands up if you've heard of her, first of all. Awesome, good, okay. She spent her last 20 years here in Canada. She was born in Jamaica. She lived in England. She lived in Brooklyn. She moved back to Jamaica, and then she came here to Canada. So just like Louise Bennett says, whether London or Kingston or Jamaica or Florida or Toronto or Jamaica Shide. Or I hope I paraphrase that right. So wherever she is, Jamaica is there. So if Miss Lou was here, she had a kids show called A Ring Ding for about 12 years, and they call it the Jamaican Sesame Street. It was an opportunity for Jamaican kids to share and learn about their culture, and she would start off with a welcoming song. So we are going to sing a welcoming song together, okay? And you're going to help me. This long time, girl, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. This long time, boy, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel hedge and cross, sit up on tree top, pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, girl. Make me hold your hand. Now, you're gonna help me sing. First of all, what is a jonquil? Who knows? Anyone want to guess? All right. In Canada, we have a different name for this bird. And this bird is a big, big bird, okay? And it likes to eat the dirty stuff, the nasty stuff, the stinky stuff, the smelly, disgusting stuff, okay? And in Jamaica, we call it a jonquil, okay? So, can anyone guess? It's a vulture. Good. All right. So, in this song, the vulture's eating blossoms. And we know that vultures don't like to eat blossoms. But if you see one eating a blossom, you know it's a special occasion like it is today. All right? So you're going to help me sing, Peel head jonquil, Sitting in the treetop, pick off the blossom. All right? So you're going to be my echo first. All right? And there's actions to this song. So, my friends, whether you are young or young at heart, you can stand up and you're going to do the actions with me. All right? Be my echo. All right. This long time, gal, me never see you. Good. Come make me hold your hand. Good. This long time, boy, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel head, John Crow, sit up on treetop. Good. Pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make me hold your hand. Very good. All right, you got it. So you're going to sing it with me. This is a traditional folk song. So this is a song that's passed through oral storytelling, oral tradition. So gyal, it's a song gyal, but if you want to say child, boy, you can fill in, okay? All right. Here we go. We're going to sing it together. And then there's a part that goes walk and talk. So if you are sitting down, you can do this, walk and talk, okay? Or if you want to, you can walk and you can talk. You can wave to your neighbor, all right? And there's another part that's wheel and turn. So you can just even sit where you are. You can just kind of go like that. Or you can stand up and just add the movement to wheel and turn. Here we go. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. This long time, boy, me never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel head, John Crow, sit up on treetop, pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make me hold your hand. Now we're going to get ready for the walk and talk. 1, 2, here we go. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. This long time, boy, me never see you. Come make we walk and talk. Peel head, John Crow, sit up on treetop, pick off the blossom. Make we walk and talk, gal. Make we walk and talk. All right, now we're going to get ready for the wheel and turn. Here we go. 2, here we go. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make we wheel and turn. This long time, boy, me never see you. Come make we wheel and turn. Peel head, John Crow, sit up on treetop, pick off the blossom. Make we wheel and turn, gal. Make we wheel and turn. Now this part is a fun part. This is a part called a mento. And it goes like this. Make we wheel and turn till we tumble down. Make me wheel and turn, gal. You could say, make me hold your hand till we tumble down. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make me wheel and turn till we tumble down. Make me wheel and turn, gal. Make me hold your hand till we tumble down. Make me hold your hand, gal. This long time, gal, me never see you. Come make me walk and talk. This long time, gal, never see you. Come make me hold your hand. Peel head, John Crow, sit up on treetop, pick off the blossom. Make me hold your hand, gal. Make we walk and talk, boy. So glad to see everyone here at the Toronto Storytellers Festival. Awesome. So good to see all of you. All right. I see old faces, new faces. Good to see everybody in this storytelling space. So we are going to go on a little trip today. I brought my map. All right. We're going to Jamaica. All right. How many of you have been to Jamaica? How many of you know some Jamaicans? How many of you are Jamaican? The best people in the world, right? Yes, that's right. All right. So in Canada, we have provinces and territories. And in the U.S., we have states. And in Italy, I asked this question yesterday, and I'm going to, Mariella? Regions, regioni, right? And in many places, you have ways of separating or managing the country. So in Jamaica, we have parishes. That's right. How many? Okay, so while you guess, I'm going to give you a little musical interlude. Okay, I'm going to try to guess. I showed you very quickly. Do, 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 do. 14, thank you. All right. She ended one right there. All right, so there are 14 parishes, okay? So if you take a look, there's 14 parishes, and this one is actually my parish. My parents are from St. Anne, the best one, the most beautiful one, of course. Also, I like to boast in Jamaica. So my family is from here, St. Anne. Has anyone been to Ocho Rios in Jamaica? All right, so that's St. Anne. And then if you move right over, there's St. Mary, all right? And that is part, you're gonna hear me mention that in the story today. And also, we have Kingston, all right? So this story is taking place in close to Kingston, a place called Gordontown, where Louise Bennett was born. And Louise was born in 1919, so she would be turning how old this year? Do, 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 do. 103, that's right. Okay, so, and sadly we lost Louise in 2006, and I know some of you in this room knew Miss Lou in person. So I'm happy to share this story with you. I call it my baby because it took me 7 years from the idea to actually bring it into a book form. And I'll talk about it somewhere after. I think I'll just jump right into the story. If you have questions, you can ask me at the end. And I also love if you could help me tell the story, okay? And if you're a little one, you can, I want your help too, okay? All right, here we go. Louise Bennett loved words. She played with them. She ate them up for breakfast. Served with roasted breadfruit, ackee and saltfish. Can you help me eat them? What other delicious foods do you know? My friend? What other delicious words do you know? Yam and dumpling. How about you, sir? Oxtail. I'm vegetarian, but still. Plantain. Curry goat. Festival. Okay, I love my festival. Okay. All right. She swallowed each word whole, and she ate it up for breakfast, served with roasted breadfruit, ackee, and saltfish, and all those wonderful dishes you hear. But when it came to speaking, Louise's words got lost in her throat. But she found a way to unlock them. Her pen was the key and her notebook the door. At school, Louise's teachers thought that words had to click like clacking wheels and that sentences should line up like the tramcar tracks in Kingston. Louise got good grades, but she wanted more. I wish that I could be a poet great and with my pen trace paths of peace and harmony for the uncertain minds of men. Louise. Each day, Louise passed the men working in the Kingston street, weary and glistening in the broiling heat. They heaved and huffed, heaved and huffed, heaved and huffed, filling the sides of the dirt road in a rhythm. Ilangoli rider, Ilangoli rider. And I bend down low down, and I bend down a low down. And it's better not to tumble down. Ilangoli rider, Ilangoli rider. And I bend down low down. And it's better not to tumble down. And I'm standing in the Transac, and right all the way to Toronto. Ilangoli rider, Ilangoli rider. At school, Louise tried to find the bend down, low down of the men's words. She wanted to hear their songs on the paper, the bass in her pen, the drum from her words. Louise got lost in her thought, wondering which voice should she listen to? The one with words that lined up like schoolgirls in starched uniforms, or the other voice? Louise Bennett, her teacher called, you need to be writing. One day, Louise got on a crowded tram car. She wanted to go to the picture show. She saw a little space at the back between two market women holding their wares. Spread out yourself, Deliza, one woman told the other. Dress home and I come. Like a doctor bird's wings. Can you go like this? In Jamaica, there's a tiny bird called a doctor bird. It's beautiful, a long streamer tail. Like the doctor bird's wings, the words tickled Louise's ear, and like peanut drops, they stuck. At home, Louise sat down to do her homework. The special words snuck into the margins of her notebook pages. Something smart, something clever. What's this? Her teacher said to her the next morning. This is not fit for a top school. It is certainly not why your mother sent you here. At home, Louise listened to her mother work, and she saw the peel-head John Crow sitting in the treetop. They reminded her of the stories her grandmother told her in St. Mary. Louise heard the country people singing, Elena and her mama go a grang. Let's start ball for your belly. Go boil Cersei, go boil Cersei, go boil Cersei for your belly. Louise held her stomach too, thinking about her day at school. Everything all right, Bibsy, her mommy said, as she slid the cloth under the darting needle of the sewing machine, and her heel hit the floor. That evening, Louise heard the door creak open and clang shut. The teacher lady was leaving as the higgler lady came in. Louise heard their words lively going through the walls, and her ears perked up. Good evening, Mrs. Robinson. I must say, I love this silhouette. Nah, miss, the frock fits you nice. Mrs. Robinson, you have outdone yourself once again. And that style wearing now. Louise heard the words, and she drifted off to sleep. And she heard the rhythm of her mother's foot on the pedal as she drifted off to sleep. The next day, her mother said, get all your things, Bibbs. You're going to a new school. Louise was shocked, but she loved it immediately when she heard the name of the school, EXCE. LSIOR. The words tasted delicious. The letters tasted delicious, like the crisp water crackers Louise would have with her Saturday pumpkin soup. It was a warm September day. Along North Street, I made my way. I looked at the gate and heaved a sigh. One word caught my eye, Excelsior, 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 Excelsior. At Louise's new school, teachers encouraged students to memorize poems and recite them aloud in front of everyone every week. Louise panicked. Her words got stuck in her throat once again. When it was finally her turn, Louise remembered the two women, the market women on the tram car. She remembered how they were funny and bold and loud and confident and chatty. And Louise took a deep breath, got in front of her peers and her teachers. Spread out yourself, Deliza. Dress woman a come. She see the list beside her, we want poke herself in there. Spread out, girl, she da come. No space in you at all. What make you fool so, Liza? Spread out yourself, no girl. Louise waited. Did her classmates hate it? Did they think she didn't know how to talk right? Would her teacher scold her? What do you think? What do you think? Yes, they like it? Or do they think like, if you think like this, raise your thumbs. Think like this, raise your thumb. Okay, let's see what happens. Instead, her classmates roared with laughter and clapped. Even her teacher, Mr. Powell, smiled. Everyone begged her to recite more and bring more poems, and she did a new one every week. Louise finally found a safe place for her beloved words, and one day she'd bring them to the world. The end. Thank you. All right, that was the first time I've actually performed that from memory and from recitation. But as you can see, I use a lot of storytelling while I have the book in front of me. It's probably like a placebo or some sort of, I don't really need the book, obviously. But thank you so much for listening to the story. Yeah, so as I mentioned, Louise Bennett, she was many things. She's an author, poet. I thought I brought a copy of her book today. She wrote at least 2 books that are still in print. I'm sure she had other books. She sang songs, she recorded, she had radio show, she was a playwright, she was an actress. She had a TV show called Ring Ding for 12 years. And again, some cool trivia for you. Michie Mee, who's the queen of, I think it's Canadian hip hop, or so she was a little girl on Miss Lou's show. When she was a little girl, she was on that show, and also the First Lady of Jamaica, Juliet Holness, who is currently the MP of St. Andrews, where Gordon Town is located. She was also on Miss Lou's show, so it was the kind of show that a lot of kids wanted to be on. They had to like. It was amazing. Miss Lou was also in at least one James Bond film as well, like the original James Bond, yes. So, yeah, was it called Gold? What's the one they made in Jamaica? It's called Gold, not Goldfinger, sorry, Dr. No or something. I think it was Dr. No. Yeah, so I haven't watched it, but you know, she was in the movie. So she did so many things. She had a lot of famous friends, you know, Harry Belafonte, Maya Angelou, Langston Hughes, Pete Seeger, like she's just amazing. So obviously I did a lot of research. The archives are at McMaster. And as I was just doing a lot of research, I didn't even know what the story was going to look like. Like the story had many forms before. I wrote many drafts, and this is one of the stories that came from that research, but there are many out there. So yeah, I'll pause now for if you have any questions for me. Yes, go ahead. No problem. That's a great question. So the question was, why out of all of the Jamaican women out there did I choose to focus on Miss Lou? So I took a writing nonfiction for children class, and we had an assignment. And the assignment that we were given was to write a biography. And I knew right away who I was going to do. That was no question I knew, because I'm also a teacher. And I taught at the Afrocentric School, and I actually have one of my former parents in the room, which is nice. Hey. So I taught there, and I was creating, I've always written, but I was actually trying to create things or bring things to my students. I was teaching grade 1. So there wasn't, at that time in 2009, wasn't a lot of books, you know, and I had a lot of kids with Caribbean background. So I tried to find poetry. It was Poetry Month, and I was trying to find something that they could grasp at their level, and I found a Miss Lou poem. And when I taught them the poem, I sent it home for the week for them to just practice reading, and then the next day, these 3 girls, very, you know, chatty, bold, funny, confident girls, memorized it. These grade 1s memorized the poem, and they came in the front with, but like with all the vivacity. And I said, okay, girls, you need to say this on the announcements for the whole school to hear. And I knew right then, I said, there's a link, because the kids love to hear it. They love to hear the language they speak at home in print, in a classroom. It's still a novelty to them. So I knew there was something. And I also knew that there's not a lot of written about her. Like there were no books about her life, except for one by Mervyn Morris. And that's an adult book. And that came out probably in the last 10 years. So to look and find out about her, I was thinking about these kids and my generation. They're not going to know about her in a generation or two. So I started thinking, okay, we need something written for their age group. And that's kind of where the train of thought came from. And I didn't know at the time how I was going to do that. So I thought she deserved it because the influence that she had on so many people, bringing patois into a public sphere, taking outside of your home. Because even at her time, 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, there's a lot of shame about speaking that language outside of the home. There's still there. I grew up with it too. Like, you don't speak that way outside of the house, or you don't speak that way at all. So I thought she deserved it, because when we listen to a Dua Lipa song and Sean Paul comes on and does his rap, and then Sean Paul has his reggae song, we hear dance hall, and we hear the music all over the world. Like, I know I've been to reggae concert in Portugal. I know there's reggae everywhere. Middle East, I've been to reggae concerts in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So reggae has gone beyond the borders of Jamaica. And again, I come back to Miss Lou. She took it out and brought it out there. So I think she really needs to have her accolades. I know there are others, and hopefully there will be more, but this was my starting point. So that's a kind of long answer to answer your question, but thank you. Right. Yes. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. Yes, yes. So she's just saying that, the fact that Miss Lou has lived in all these different time periods. She lived in a colonial Jamaica, British colony, and then when Jamaica got its independence, and then she was able to kind of bring all these worlds together for us. So thank you. That's all great points. Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else have a question? Yeah. Yes, Mariela?
I just wanted to say that I knew her as a storyteller, but I didn't know about the fact how she influenced the language, the patois.
Yes.
How important that was.
Yes.
It was great to read your book and find out that more about her.
Thank you. Yes, they call her the cultural ambassador or a mother of Jamaican culture. Like, she really has had such an influence, even at the beginning of when Jamaican theater, the indigenous Jamaican theater, meaning it wasn't imported from England, it wasn't doing Shakespeare. She was at the beginning with writing her play, Anansi and Bluebeard. So she had such an influence. Like, my parents grew up with her, and a lot of people, generations, not only in Jamaica, but the diaspora, Caribbean diaspora, basically. Yeah. So, yeah. Great question. Any other questions, comments? Thoughts? Yeah, go ahead, sweetie. Wow! Your great-great-grandma was Louise Bennett? Coverley. Yes, of course, you're Coverley. All right, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. Did you get to meet her? Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? You're doing something beautiful. And I'm sure she would have loved to know that you're listening to her and learning as much as you can. That's really special. Thank you so much for sharing that. Very, very special. Yes, go ahead. Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh, I was there too. Maybe you were there too. Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah, so just mentioning, you can find out lots about Miss Lou at the Miss Lou room. And Sandra Whiting was also were you also part of that, Miss Cox? This is the, Cole. You want to tell us about it? Yes, so that was the Miss Lou's room at Harborfront. So there's a room, it's like a mini museum dedicated to Louise Bennett. And, thankful through all the advocacy, we have that space that's, and paying ode to her legacy. And Dr. Rita Cox performed there. Was just amazing. And then there was an unveiling for her 100th anniversary. So, the 100th anniversary is connected to this book because I had written Malaika's Costume. That was my first picture book. And I had the idea, I wanted this Miss Lou book to exist. And I attended a workshop writing biography for kids. And this was in Pennsylvania at a beautiful place called Highlights. I'm planning to go there in a few weeks. I can't wait. It's an amazing place. My instructor, who's an author herself, she said, if you're writing a biography, choose a date of significance for your book, if you can, your book to come out. So this is fall 2017, and there was a lot going on in my personal life at that time. And I remember I just thought, let me just do a Google search and see if an important date of Miss Lou's is coming up. So I saw September 7th, 1919 was her birth. And I'm thinking, in 2 years, her 100th anniversary is coming around, and I have this story idea. Thankfully, my instructor said, I think your story is ready to go out to the world. So having had experience with publishing other books, I'm thinking, how am I going to get this book published in less than 2 years? Because in picture book world, Theo knows that when you sign your contract, it can be how long? Till you act, yeah, good. It could be anywhere from 2 to 5 years before that book gets out there. So I need to find a publisher and or an agent to get the book out, because I didn't have an agent at that time. So knowing that, it was quite a journey. So I wanted the book to be ready for this 100th anniversary, and I didn't know there were going to be this big celebration. I had no idea. I just knew that 100th anniversary is coming up and it's going to be significant, but I didn't have an indication of that. So trying to get that book published, thankfully there was a lot of interest, but I wanted to make sure that the book would not take 4 years, right? And sometimes when you sign a contract, the publisher can take that time. So it was a bit of a, and I was also teaching full time as well. So I was trying to navigate all that. Finally, I did find a few, and I went with my instinct, my gut, I guess you can say God, but just in terms of which publisher would be the right one, and that was Owl Kids. And I really am happy I went with them, because the book got out. It came out in August 15th, so a whole month before the anniversary. I got to do a book tour, because the other publishers, they were saying 2019 is too soon. That's what a lot of them were saying. So they were thinking 2020, and guess what happened in 2020? Pandemic. So I'm just really thankful the book got out in time. I went to Jamaica. I actually gave a copy to the First Lady, and I got to read it in my mother's school in Jamaica, way up in the mountains, and share it there. It was really special. So that's the story I gave you of the book. I don't know if you have any other questions, but or how much time we have. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, you have a question? Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, just to repeat her question. So she's saying, have I got into the schools? Are people using it? And how are they taking it up? So yes. Interestingly enough, I still present the book. I did a couple presentations of the book, Vaughan Public Libraries this week. I still get asked Friday was Read Across Jamaica Day, and I know that they requested that at least 65 copies of my book were being read out loud in all over Jamaica, which was amazing. That's my dream, right? I want it to be engaged there. And there's some things I can't really say about where the book is going but I do get a lot of presentation opportunities for this story, and I did work on a unit plan, so there's lessons that are associated with it. And you're so right, there are lots of learning opportunities to learn to be proud of your heritage, to learn to be proud of who you are, how to find your voice as an artist and an author and a writer. And she got her start at a young age. So if you actually look at the last page, her shoes are sparkly. So her shoes are sparkly because she got paid to do her first performance while she was a teenager, and the first thing she bought were a pair of new shoes. So that's how she got her start. And as you know, when you're doing something completely new that a lot of people have never really seen, you have to also weather a lot of backlash. So she's a pioneer in so many ways. Yeah, but thank you so much for that great question. All right. I think I'll end with this. This is a Louise Bennett Coverley poem, and it's called Education Stutteration. And this is the poem I taught to those little girls, the whole class, but those 3 little girls came back memorizing this poem. And this is it. Education Stutteration by Louise Bennett Coverley. Me fill up my purse with money. Them teeth it away from me. Me fill up my belly with food, and as me sneeze, me feel hungry. Me fill up my brain with learning. With sense and knowledge grand, me feel relief. Not a thief can thief me education, child. If you have ambition, no matter if you're poor, nothing can keep you down now as free schooling galore. Take one step bram into the best school in the land. To qualify, turn bossify with education. Mas Joseph Tonfoot nephew, Jane Twistmount girl Ritty, Rata Data, study for university. Them countenance no handsome, them station no grand. Them clothes did wreck, but them brain can take an education. Thank you. Thank you. So if you want to, Maria from Tin Lids is here. So I will be over there signing books if you'd like to purchase any. And my most recent book, I don't know which ones you have there. There's a Little Muslu back there, but also Malika's Surprise. That's my most recent book. And that book is been nominated for a Blue Spruce Award. So I don't know if we have any kids from grade 1 to 3 here. Any grade 1 to 3 kids here? Oh, all right. Maybe he knows this book because the kids are voting. They're voting on their favorite book, and my book was thankfully one of the nominees. So we'll find out next week if it gets selected for the Blue Spruce. It's a huge honor again, having been being a teacher and having done the votes with my kids many, many years ago. I know it's an exciting time. So that's it. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anna Kurtz, and thank you. And I'm here today to tell you about two boys that are very special to me. One of them was Jeremy, and the other one is Aaron. When I first knew them, they were both 12 years old, and they were in the same class in the same school. On the first day of school, Jeremy spent a lot of time watching, listening, feeling a little lost and alone. Well, you know how it is when you're new. And mostly, he was missing the friends and the school he left behind in Nova Scotia. By the end of the first day, he thought, this teacher, Mr. Collins, was going to be all right. And he thought the kids in the class would be fine too, except maybe for one. He wasn't sure about the guy named Aaron. Aaron, he wasn't new. He'd been going to that same school since kindergarten. And after all these years, he never had a single friend. Most of the kids ignored him, but every once in a while somebody would say, Aaron, you are so weird. Weird. Aaron hated that word, and he wished his dad was around because he wanted his dad to answer a question for him. He wanted his dad to tell him how not to be weird. He knew that he had a mom and dad like most kids at one point, and he knew what they looked like because there was a picture of them in the living room. And he studied that picture a lot because he wanted to be sure to recognize his father when he came back. He'd been gone for a long time, but Aaron was sure that his dad would come back. He knew his mother wouldn't. Nobody who dies comes back. So it was his grandmother who took care of him. Gran, he called her. And I can tell you that taking care of Aaron was not easy. And sometimes she had to be really tough. Well, like the time she woke up in the middle of the night and she heard voices downstairs. And she almost called the police. But then there were other sounds, like animal sounds, and there was music, and she thought, I don't know. And she tiptoed down the stairs, and in the living room, the television was on. And it was a movie about dinosaurs, and Aaron was watching television. It was 2:00 in the morning. First thing before breakfast, she carried that television out to the curb, and she left it there for the garbage men to take away. And no matter how much Aaron begged and pleaded, she refused to take it back in because she knew Aaron, if he'd done it once, he would do it again. On the second day of school, Jeremy's opinion of Aaron didn't change at all. Well, maybe it got a little bit worse because their teacher, Mr. Collins, walked to the front of the room. He was carrying a blue dishpan, and he said to the class, today we're going to start a new unit. It will give you a chance to do some scientific explorations. Is it a dishwashing unit? Is it a dishwashing unit? That was Aaron. Mr. Collins ignored him. You'll have a chance to record your findings in words and pictures. Pictures? Can we use a camera? Can we use a camera? Can we? Not with a camera, Aaron. Use your eyes, draw your own pictures. What are we going to investigate? Mr. Collins sighed. Aaron, you might want to investigate the art of listening. The rest of the class will study mealworms. Well, some of the kids thought a mealworm study would be interesting. Some of them not so much. And a few thought, oh, mealworms. Mr. Collins must have been expecting that because when he went around to hand out the mealworms, He took each student's hand in his own. He just cupped it gently, and he leaned over, and when the palm lay open and relaxed, he reached into the bin and took out a squiggly mealworm and placed it into the waiting palm. When he got to Aaron, Aaron announced in his big Aaron voice, "I'm going to call mine Superman." Mr. Collins spent a lot of time talking to Aaron in a low voice. And finally, he gave him a mealworm. And Mr. Collins had only walked, 2 steps away when Aaron shouted, "Fly, Superman!" And his hand went whipping back, and he sent that mealworm flying across the room. Kids ducked. Some of them screamed. But Jeremy reached out and he caught the mealworm in his hand. "Flyball, you're out!" Somebody called, and the kids all laughed and clapped, except Aaron. He just looked a little confused. When things had settled down again, Mr. Collins said to the class, "I'd like you to work with a partner for this unit." Now, if you've ever been in a classroom, when the teacher says partner, you know what happens. Everybody turns to their friend. "You want to be my partner? Let's do this together. We could do this together, right?" In no time at all, everybody was paired up. Well, everybody except Jeremy. He was new. Nobody asked him. Nobody asked Aaron either. And just like that, Jeremy found himself paired up with the one person, the only person in that class he didn't want to work with. And that's how it began. One very rocky partnership that didn't look at all promising. After they worked together 2 or 3 days, Jeremy thought, Aaron wasn't always bad to work with. Well, he had a really good idea, and he knew stuff. Oh, his legs, look at his legs. Can you see them? Can you see them? "Not with your head in the way," Jeremy said, and he was surprised when Aaron actually stepped aside and let him look at the mealworm magnifying glass. "Why is this cutting out? Is it just cutting out for me?" Yes. Can you hear it? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. So Jeremy said, "I think it has 6 legs." 6 legs? Insects have 6 legs. It's an insect. And then he reached out and he grabbed that magnifying glass right out of Jeremy's hand, and Jeremy found his fingers rolling into a fist. And then he remembered something his father had said: "Life is easier if you ignore the dipsticks." And figuring that Aaron was a supersized dipstick, he did his best to ignore him, but Aaron didn't make that easy. "Oh, look it, it pooped right on your desk, see?" And when Jeremy looked, there was a little black spot right in the middle of his desk. Well, it was about the size of a period at the end of a sentence. Was it a mealworm dropping? He wasn't sure. But thanks to Aaron, the kids practically tripped over themselves to come and see it. It was embarrassing. Now, you might think that a kid like Aaron wouldn't like school, but you'd be wrong. Aaron liked Mr. Collins just fine, and he liked Mrs. Matthews, his counselor. She was teaching him to do something called reading faces. It's like reading a book, Aaron, but instead of reading the words, you're reading the expressions on people's faces. And when you do that, that will give you a clue as to how people are feeling or what they're thinking. And that will make it easier for you to decide what to say or do. Aaron thought about reading faces, and sometimes it actually worked, but he could never read Miss Mazelow's face. Miss Mazelow was the music teacher. Her mouth opened wider than any mouth he had ever seen. And she always smiled, big, so you could see all her teeth. And he found her smile really scary because, well, it made her look happy even when she talked mad. Like the time she walked him out of choir practice and took him back to Mr. Collins. She was smiling when she said, "I'm afraid this child cannot be in the choir. He can't sing. He'll spoil the whole concert." Mr. Collins frowned. We can't all be great singers," he said. "Why not teach him to sing as best he can?" "You think I can make a silk purse out of a sow's ear?" Mr. Collins frowned. "I don't think Aaron wants to be a silk purse. I think he'd be very happy to be a pigskin wallet." Miss Mazelow turned and walked away. Aaron couldn't tell, was she still smiling? But he figured that Mr. Collins was right. Mr. Collins was so right. He didn't want to be a silk purse. He'd rather be a pigskin wallet any day. The teacher that Aaron liked best was Mrs. Evans, the school librarian. Ever since kindergarten, she kept a special place for him in the library. Aaron's spot, she called it. "I've saved this spot just for you," she used to say. And then she'd point to the carpet beside her desk, beside her rocking chair. She still kept that spot for him now. He was in grade 6, but he had his own spot. Now he knew why. It was because when he forgot to listen, her hand could reach down and sit on his shoulder as a quiet reminder. He didn't mind. He was just happy to have a spot of his own. One day, Mrs. Evans said to the class, "Long before there were books, there were stories." And people told stories that had been passed down from their parents, from their grandparents, from their great-grandparents. They told stories about their adventures. They told stories about things that they saw in their dreams or imagination. And today, instead of reading to you, I'm going to tell you a story. And when everyone was ready, she began. When the world was brand new, no sun shone in the sky, so of course there was no light from the moon. No stars glittered in the heavens. The animals couldn't see, and everywhere they went, they had to feel their way. They moved slowly, but even so, they bumped into things. They bumped into each other, and they hurt their noses and toes and their tails. It was only when a flash of light tore the fabric of the sky that the animals could see. And in those few seconds of blue, mysterious light, mothers strained to get a look at their babies' faces. And the animals looked around, trying to see something of their world. But that light was always followed by a terrible noise and a deeper darkness, and the animals were afraid. We want light. We need light. Who will climb to the top of the sky and bring back the light? And there were animals that went. They climbed to the top of the sky, but they couldn't bring back the light. And finally, there was a small voice off to one side that said, "I think I can bring back the light." Well, that turned out to be Grandmother Spider talking. And when Aaron knew that, he thought, this story is going to have a happy ending because, well, he knew grandmothers could do all kinds of stuff. His grand could. And when that story had a happy ending, he was so filled with joy that he looked at Mrs. Evans and he said, "Tell it again." And the other kids laughed, but Mrs. Evans smiled. And he knew when he read her face that he had said the right thing. It didn't take Jeremy long to adjust to life in this new school. Hello. At recess, he played soccer baseball with the boys. He joined the cross-country team. And one day in the gym, everybody saw how well he worked with a skipping rope. And when Mr. Collins found out that Jeremy had been on a skipping team in his Nova Scotia school, he asked him to teach everybody. The boys were not impressed. Skipping? You gotta be kidding. Skipping's for girls. But when Mr. Collins asked Jeremy to show them some of the tricks he could do, they were all impressed, and they agreed to try. Aaron wasn't so sure about skipping. Well, he was 12 years old, and he had never been able to do anything right in the gym. He couldn't catch or throw or bounce or kick a ball. He couldn't even run properly. When he tried, he sort of leaned forward and his arms flopped around and he looked like a duck, a wounded duck trying to fly. Mr. Collins encouraged him, and so did Jeremy and some of the other kids. And Aaron started to practice, and he practiced hard. And he surprised himself when he learned to skip. When everybody seemed to be able to handle the ropes really well, Mr. Collins said to the class, "Why don't you work out a routine that you could do on the stage for the whole school to introduce the new gym outfits?" Now you might think that Jeremy would have been proud. Oh, but he wasn't. Well, he didn't want to go up on the stage. Not if he had to wear shorts. Because, well, he had a secret that he didn't want to share. Back in Nova Scotia, there had been an accident that killed his father. An accident that left Jeremy with a scar that ran from the top of his leg down over his knee, and it zigzagged down the side of his leg all the way to his ankle. And there were bumps and hollows where the screws held the bones together. His mother said, "It's not so bad anymore. The doctors were right. It will fade. It won't be so bad." But he didn't believe her. It was the kind of thing a mother would say. So he asked Millie instead. Now, Millie was an older woman, probably about my age. And she was a family relative, and when they moved from Nova Scotia to Toronto, she welcomed them into her home. She was so kind and so pleasant and so helpful that Jeremy took to her immediately. And he figured he would ask her and she would tell him the truth. So one morning after breakfast, when they were alone in the kitchen, he said, "Can I show you something?" "Of course," she said. And Jeremy undid his button and undid his fly and let his pants fall to the floor. Now, that's not something he would have done before the accident. Oh, but he'd had to take those pants off so often for doctors and nurses that it wasn't nearly as embarrassing as before. And when his pants lay puddled around his ankles, he said, "What do you think?" And he looked at Millie, and her eyebrows were halfway up her forehead. And she didn't say anything. Oh, it's so ugly, Jeremy thought. She doesn't know what to say. And then, to his surprise, she started to laugh. What is it you wanted me to see? The Spider-Man underwear? It's really cute. Not the underwear. Oh, Millie sucked back her laughter. This, said Jeremy, and he put his foot up on a chair so she couldn't help but see the scar. Millie looked at it carefully from top to bottom. It's a humdinger, Jeremy, no doubt about that. It's ugly, isn't it? Ugly? Millie took another long look. I think it's probably uglier for you than it is for me because you're looking at it from the inside as well as the outside. It's not ugly? Well, it's not pretty. But no, it's not ugly either. And Jeremy looked at her face to see, was she telling the truth? And all he could think, not ugly, not ugly. And he bent down and he pulled up his pants and he turned his back to do up the fly and the button. And he walked out of the kitchen, the words, not ugly, replaying in his mind. On the day of the performance, the kids were lined up outside the change room door, all of them wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and they were very excited. Well, I said all, but I was wrong. Aaron was still in the change room. He was making bunny ears, trying to tie his shoelaces together. And Jeremy, he was trying to find the courage to take off his pants. And when he finally did, Aaron saw the scar. And of course, in typical Aaron fashion, he said, "Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man." Of course, everybody heard. All the boys came back into the change room. The girls clustered around the door. And Jeremy looked at their curious faces, and he heard their exclamations. "Holy cow, what happened to you?" And then he heard their questions. "Was it an accident? Were you really hurt? How many stitches did you have?" Jeremy hated the questions, hated what they made him remember. But then Aaron said, "My father has a scar too, you know. It goes all the way from up here down to here. Oh, but his scar is just really boring. Yours is really cool. Well, it's like a lightning bolt, you know." A lightning bolt. A lightning bolt was kind of cool. And so thanks to Aaron, sharing that secret didn't turn out to be as bad as Jeremy thought. There was another boy in that classroom who had been in the same class with Aaron since kindergarten. This boy's name was Tufan. And Tufan, he had found Aaron annoying right from day one. And he was the one who often said, "Oh man, you are so weird." Or, "You know you're really stupid, right?" The words hurt, but Aaron never complained. But now they were in grade 6, and Tufan's annoyance seemed to have turned to a seething anger. And he started to threaten, and the threats scared Aaron. One day, the boys playing soccer baseball at recess, and the ball got away from them. It rolled right to the side of the field where Aaron was playing on his own. "Get the ball," somebody shouted. Aaron looked up. "Get the ball." Aaron grinned. "Throw it! Throw the ball!" Aaron stood up. But But then he saw Tufan coming his way, and reading Tufan's face wasn't hard because it was as dark as a thundercloud. And Aaron wanted that ball away from him fast. And he pulled back his leg and he kicked. And he expected to see that ball dribble forward like it usually did. But some kind of magic happened, because when his toe hit the ball, that ball went hurling forward, and it hit Tufan right where it hurt a lot. And Tufan was gagging. And the kids came running. "Are you all right? Are you okay?" And Tufan brushed them away. You're dead meat." It was Jeremy who stepped between them. Tufan, he said, "he didn't mean it. You know he can't kick. It was an accident." It took Tufan a while to be able to stand up straight again. And he looked at Aaron. "You stay away from me unless you have a death wish." Aaron wanted to stay away, and no problem with that. But it's hard to stay away from a guy that you're in the same class with, that you share coat hooks with, that you go into a change room with. And more than once, Jeremy had to run interference. One day, Aaron looked at Jeremy and said, "Are you my friend?" Jeremy didn't answer right away. "Yeah, I guess I can be your friend," he said. "But you know, you need to learn to stand up for yourself, and you need to stop being so weird." How? How do I stop? How do I not be weird? And when Jeremy told him, Aaron went home and made a list. How to stop being weird. He posted that sign on his bedroom wall. Now, I'd like to tell you that list made all the difference. But in all honesty, I don't know. You see, remember how at the beginning of the story I told you those boys were both 12 years old? Well, now, more than 10 years later, they're still 12 years old. That's because the only place they really lived was in my imagination, in the books I wrote about them, and in the story that I've just told you. And the thing is, when stories are told, when books are read, the characters can come to life. And if they come to life for you, then they stay in your mind, in your imagination, and in your heart. And I hope that if you read the books, The Mealworm Diaries was written first, and Better Than Weird was written second, and they were both about Jeremy and Aaron. And if you don't want to buy one, you can get it at the public library for free. And I hope you enjoy them. Thank you.
Oh, Anna, that was so wonderful. I read the books, of course, and I just love Jeremy and Aaron. They're just so real, so real. And thank you so much for your beautiful, beautiful telling. Yay for Anna Kurtz. And now we have our very own beloved storytellers, Dan Yashitsky and Rita Karl. Do you want to?
You guys think a 2-minute stretch?
Michelle?
I don't know.
Michelle?
And any kids that might be here. Don't rush to the front or anything like that. Zoe, do you want to sit in the front? You want to sit over there? Do you want to sit right in front?
I think she's happy there.
She looks pretty. Looks pretty happy there. Okay. Buy lots of books at the back, okay? Also, many thanks to the booksellers and to the authors, of course, and thank you for coming to sell them. And by the way, what a wonderful festival. Yes, Dan, what a wonderful festival. It really is so great. Yesterday when we started with a Mohawk creation myth and ended with stand-up comedy, I thought, what a full day. Along the way, hearing the wonderful Sheila Arnold, who's up here from Virginia, telling a great Underground Railroad story, and our own Lynn Torrey telling the story from Victorian Toronto. Something to behold, yeah. By the way, greetings to Sheila for coming all the way across the border to Toronto. So nice to have you here. And to Mike Funergy, who's come all the way from BC. Thanks for coming, Mike. Yeah. So this is our chance to swap stories. And this is something Rita and I have been doing for a few years. Going way back. And the theme today, it seems it's to do with spooky stories. Now, I like spooky stories, and so do you. Rita grew up with a lot of stories in Trinidad told around the campfire, and I heard a lot of stories around the campfire at a place called Bolton Camp. So I'm going to ask Rita to start. Now, you know what? I'm going to ask you all to do the very same thing I would ask if we were sitting around a campfire right now. And I'd like you to scoot your chairs forward a little tiny bit, just a little tiny bit closer to us. And thank you. You guys over there too. You can scooch. Yeah, and I see you there. Did you scooch? I know you did, but I didn't know that. I don't know if I saw you scooch. You're scooching in your mind, but I didn't see. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you for coming as close as possible. And of course, we have our imaginary story fire burning right here, and it's a lovely May afternoon, and the stories you hear today will haunt you into the evening. Of course, we were prepared for a whole lot of 10-year-olds, so it's...
Or even younger.
Or even younger stories. But it's great to be together. And a lot of these stories that we tell are old-time stories. So let's start with our beloved mother of storytelling on Mother's Day, Rita Cox.
Well, it's so good to be here. And the theme of our story is the ghost stories, spooky stories. What a wonderful thing. I grew up with spooky stories. I grew up with grown-ups telling all kinds of horrible, horrible stories that will scare you to death. And I tell this story all the time. We went up to the country in Trinidad every August for a month. And there was an old man, and we all called him Pa. Pa lived in a little hut, and the children, many people went to that place in my Yarrow for the month of August when we were on school holidays. And so the children, all the visiting children came, and Pa sat on his step, and we sat on the grass in front of him, and he told us stories. Most of the stories that
was spooky. The things, the dreadful spirits that haunted and so on, made us respect Pa, because you see, when he told the stories, he told them as if they all happened to him. And we thought what a brave man he was. You know, he met all kinds of people changing shapeshifters on the road. And he met all the, once he picked up a little baby, a little dog, and he took it home because it looked to be lost. And when he went home, in the middle of the night, he said, I got up, and this thing was screaming and saying, put me back where you found me, put me back. And when he picked it up, it changed into a horrible creature. And he had to take this creature, put it back where it came from. But as he carried it, it got heavier and heavier and heavier. And there were we looking at such admiration at Pa, because he was so brave. And so he had to take this creature and put them back. And he learned a lesson. Leave things where they are. And then, once when he was a handsome young fellow, he went to a dance. And as he was dancing, this beautiful woman came in. And all the young men who were there wanted to dance with her. But Pa was able to get her on his dance sheet. And he spent the night dancing with her. And then, as it was getting late, she had to go home. And of course, Pa would accompany. How could he know that she would lead him through the dark forest to where she said she lived? And then when she came to a place where the trees opened up and there was a light, he looked and there was the face of a skeleton. And he got so scared. He screamed and she did this horrible laugh. Just where there was a little bit of a ravine and she pushed back down into it. That was it. The next morning they found him and it was a good thing. The number of the headless horseman that he found, the number of stories that Pa told us. And we were so impressed. But when we went home, it was in the country, no street lights. And we had to go through where the trees met to get to where we were staying. And if a leaf dropped, we cuddled together and went home. And I know, personally, I had to climb in with my parents sometimes because I was scared to sleep by myself. But, you know, we went back the next night for more stories. And so and we had all these strange little chants and things. And there was an old woman in the village. But we knew she wasn't just an old woman. We knew she was what was called a suknya. We knew that in the night, she shed her skin and she put them in a barrel and she turned into a ball of fire as she flew through the night and went to the farmers' places where she sucked the blood of the animals and, if you weren't careful, of the children too. You see? But then, Pa told us what they did to one of them. They saw where she had left her skin in the barrel. And he whispered it to the other farmers, the other gardeners around. And they went and they got salt and pepper. And they seasoned the skin. And they watched as this old Sukiya came back to put her skin on, but when she went on, she itched and she scratched and she skin, you don't know me, skin, you don't know me. And they were able, she couldn't get the skin on, they were able to capture her, put her into the barrel and throw the barrel into the sea. So every old woman we saw in a round, we stayed far away from her. But we knew how to carry a little package of salt in our bag. So that if we saw and we threw salt, we knew we'd be safe. I grew up with those stories, but these stories were not only what Pa told us by Pa. These stories were told by grown-ups at wakes, And everybody tried to tell a more horrible story than the other one at wakes and on wedding and just gatherings. I say to the children, can you imagine somebody who never saw television when they were children? And they say, well, what did you do? And I told them what we did. We gathered on a moonlight night in the backyard and we told stories to each other. And we tried to imitate and we tried to tell the more horrible stories, the stories that scare us. But we told other stories too. And this is how I knew about storytelling. Storytelling was a community thing, and that is what you did everywhere. And so ghost stories and scary stories became one of my favorite kinds of stories to tell. And of course, growing up in the Caribbean, I grew up with English fairy tales and all kinds of tales, so those stories attracted me. And stories of meeting strange people and that sort of thing was very important. I had intended to do a little chant with the children as a story, and maybe all my children here will share it with me. A woman was sitting at her wheel one night, and still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a pair of huge feet and sat down by the fireside. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a pair of thick knees and sat down on those huge feet. And still she sat, and still she wished company. In came a pair of big thighs and sat down on those thick knees. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a pair of huge hips and sat down on those thick thighs. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a huge chest and sat down on those huge thighs. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a thin neck and sat down on those huge trunk. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a pair of thin arms and sat down near these thick shoulders. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. In came a huge head and sat down on that thin neck. And still she sat, and still she reeled, and still she wished for company. And the old woman looked, and she said, where did those get those huge feet? I lost, and way more, answered the feet. And where did he get those thick knees? I lost, and way more. And she went on asking, where did you get such thick thighs? I late, and we move. where did you get such huge, huge hips? Mud sitting, mud sitting. And where did you get that huge, huge trunk? I laid and we move. And where did you get that thin, thin neck? I laid and we move. And how did you get those thin, thin arms? I laid and we move. And how did you get that thin, thin neck? I laid and we move. And where did you get that huge, huge head? Much knowledge, much knowledge. And who do you come for? For you!
I late and we mule.
Yes, it's a nonsense chant. I could never find out what it meant, but it sounds like a ghostly song.
Thank you for that story. You can take your Valium now, everybody, if you need it. You know, I wanted to say at the beginning, too, thank you to the storytellers who made such a beautiful program this afternoon. We had Anna Kurtz and Nadia before, and the wonderful book with Diana Cho telling, and wow, what a great...
It was so nice.
What a great afternoon.
To come in the middle of Nadia's presentation, because
Well
I remember I remember her first book. I remember the first attempt at the book. Yeah, Malaika.
So
Yeah,
honor to the...
Carnival. And I sat in on a judging panel about that. Remember? And she didn't win that first time for the judging, but she brought it back again even better, and see what is a runaway success.
Yay,
Yes.
You know, since you're still here, I mentioned a story. If you got a minute? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure what to tell first, but this is a story some of you know, probably a lot of people in this room know, because it was collected right here in Toronto by Ray Gordetsky from a grade 5 student who had come from Jamaica, and he'd heard it from his mom. And the story says that there was a boy named James, and he lived with his mom. And she always used to tell him, James, you always must show respect to everybody you meet. Even the duppies need respect. Now, you know what a duppy is, everybody. It's a Jamaican spirit, a ghost. Duppy. And she always used to say to James, walk good, and good duppy walk with you. If you show respect in life, if you're kind, if you're a good person, the spirits are with you. And she said, never go play in the graveyard. That would be showing disrespect to the spirits. And don't ever show disrespect to the duppy bird, Simon Tutu. Mommy, what's Simon Tutu? Oh, it's a duppy bird, lives in the graveyard. Don't ever go into the graveyard and show disrespect. Yes, Mommy, yes, Mommy. But you know one day what happened? The kids said, let's go play hide and seek. Where were they going to go play? In the graveyard. And James said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. My mother told me walk, good duppy, walk. Oh, don't be a chicken. Come on. Don't be afraid, James. And finally, the way it is, if everyone says to do something, it's pretty hard not to do it. And he went into the graveyard one night. I think it was one of those moonlit nights that you mentioned. And the kids were counting out. And they got to James, and he was it. Engine number 9 going down the Chicago line. If the train should jump the track, do you want your money back? Yes, no, maybe. YES spells, you're it, James. Close your eyes and count to 100. So he closed his eyes and said, 1, 2, skip a few, 99, 100. But by the time he opened his eyes, all the kids were gone. And James was all by himself on that moonlit night. And he was walking around and he was saying, hey, I don't want to play anymore. I didn't want to come here in the first place. But the kids were, either they were hiding, maybe they'd gone home. Played a trick on him. He was getting mad, so he picked up a rock. And as he was walking along in the graveyard under the light of the moon, he looked up in the tree, and at the top of the tree was a very strange bird. And he took the rock and he threw the rock up into the tree. And he hit that bird. It fell to the ground at his feet. What do you think? Should he just run home at this point in the story? He picked it up. And when he picked it up, the bird looked at him and began to sing. Why you shoot me for? Why you shoot me for? Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Well, the bird was dead from having been hit by the... How could a dead bird sing? But the bird sang. And he couldn't drop it. He couldn't move. And then the bird sang again. You better hurry me home. You better hurry me home. Me a Simon Tutu, a shoot me for. And now he began to run. No kids around. He ran right out the graveyard, down the dusty road, all the way to his yard. You better take me in. You better take me in. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Opened the back door. His parents weren't home. I don't know where they were, but they were not home. And he went in and the bird said, you better pluck me now, you better pluck me now. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? He plucked all the feathers out of the bird and then the bird sang again. You better gut me now, you better gut me now. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Took a knife. That's my best sound effect for that story, though. And he gutted the bird, and then the bird said, you better roast me now, you better roast me now. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Put the bird in the oven, 350 at about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Waited, couldn't move, parents still not home. You better eat me now, you better eat me now. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Took the bird out of the oven, put a piece in his mouth. He started to eat it. He couldn't bring himself to chew it, so the bird said, you better nyum me now, you better nyum me now. Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot me for? Nyum, 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 chew, chew, chew. But he could not swallow the bird. Is that the end of my story? You better swallow me now, you better. Me a Simon Tutu. He swallowed the bird. And then he couldn't stop. He chewed, he swallowed, he nyummed, swallowed, nyummed. He ate the whole thing. I can't believe he ate the whole thing. He ate the whole thing, and then he didn't feel good at all. His stomach started to swell up. He could feel his belly swell. He had a swelling belly, and he ran outside back in the yard under the moon, and his stomach was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and all of a sudden it popped open, and the bird flew out. Whole again. And the bird back to the cemetery. Why? Me a Simon Tutu, why you shoot him? Now, the way Ray heard, that was the end of the story. That was the end of the boy and the story. But I've heard other versions which say that his parents got home just in time, rushed him to emergency, they stitched him up, they fixed him up good, and after a few weeks he came out of hospital and he was all right. He learned his lesson. If you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas, meaning choose your friends well. And for the rest of his life, he never ate anything that had feathers on it. Not even Kentucky Fried Chicken. And most importantly, when he became a father and he had kids, he always used to teach them, walk good, and good duppy walk with you.
I want to tell you about Joe, who was a guitarist. He was very good, and he accompanied choirs and dance groups and so on, but then he continued to make his living by going into the little villages where they had little community celebrations, and sometimes he had to go long ways in dark countrysides, walk through the forest to get from village to village. But he was a talented musician. When he played, he made you dance. Everybody got up and danced. And so he went to all these little villages way in the rural areas. And for most of the time, he could get somebody to give him a ride out to his own village. And so he made a good living that way. He was so talented that he was well sought. But one night, the party in a little village way up near in the forest, he had to go through the woods, the forest to get to it. And the party went on later and later. And he realized that he did not have anyone to give him a lift out of the village. And it was getting later and later, past midnight. And he decided, well, I have to get ready to walk. But he went through these dark streets. And like all of us, Joe had heard all these stories about these people, these dark night people that come out of the woods, the spirits, the Lajables, the Sukinya, and all these people who can come out in the night. And he thought to himself, I really don't believe those stories. But then he only said that to give himself some courage. As it got darker and darker and the road got longer and longer, he began to get a little more nervous. So he decided to take his guitar and play a lively tune to accompany him on the way. But he was looking left and right, left and right. He sang a little quiet, he played little quiet tunes. He made tunes that made him speed up. Sometimes the moon shone through the trees, and that would give him a little courage. And sometimes it was so dark that even on the guitar he played these little dark tunes. But it was all to keep his courage up so he could get to the next village. It took a long, long time as he walked about, getting more and more frightened, but trying to keep his spirits up. He played everything. And then he came to a place where he could see in front of him an area where 4 roads crossed. At last, because he could see it through the light, and at last there was a place that would make him feel better. He was sure there'd be people there. And quite frankly, as he looked, he saw a man. He thought a great tall man. And he thought, oh, I get company. But when he got there, he saw this man talk to him. The man looked so raggedy and so frail that he looked as if he was hanging from a clothes hanger. His clothes were drawn, and a strange human smell came from him. But Joe was pleased to have some company. And as he came along, the creature, the man he met, he said, oh, you play a mean guitar. Yes, said Joe. He said, I can play a guitar too. Can I have a try at your guitar? And he gave this strange old man the guitar, and the man took the guitar, strung it on himself, and started to play. Joe found himself already wanting to dance. But they went along. When he played a quiet song, Joe felt a little bit nervous rather than feeling. And then the old man strung up that guitar and he began to play. And he played so fast and he played so sweet that Joe began to dance. Joe began to dance, and he found himself rising and rising and rising up in the sky, dancing to the music, responding to the music as it went along. It seemed as if a whole era had passed. He didn't, it was just the darkness before dawn. And he found himself seemingly flying overhead. He wasn't walking anymore, he was soaring. And at last, he came to a place where the music stopped. And Joe came and found he was right in front of his own house. And the old stranger put the guitar down, and Joe said, "My, that was some magical music. What a great guitarist you are." "Ha ha," said the old creature. "You should have heard me when I was alive."
Eek. So many years ago, I was working at a place called Bolton Camp. And when we were up around the campfire, the kids, these are 8-year-old boys, the stories, they weren't all terrible, horrible, you know, the kind of summer camp ghost story. Some of them were more jokes. And I had in my mind to tell you one of those anyway. Bush panic. Y'all know what that means. Bush panic. I'm sure Mike knows because he's done a lot of camping and he's a real adventurer. Mike from BC. You know, bush panic. It's when you're out in the bush and you get panic. Yeah, that's why it's called bush panic. Yeah, bush panic. It's that fear that makes you run blind. You don't know what's going on. You just got... So this story is about somebody who had a case of bush panic. Guy's out camping. It was probably Pa, come to think of it. Yeah. And he just, by himself, solo, camping, no problem. He had a nice little fire going and made a pot of coffee, and it was nice, a nice evening. When all of a sudden, hi Zoe, he's waving. I hope she doesn't get bush panic today. But anyway, all of a sudden he heard a noise. And it went something like this. So he thought, well, it's the wind. And he drank his coffee and maybe had a cookie, maybe one of these nice Craig cookies from... And the noise came again, a little bit closer, and it sounded like this. And he thought, yeah, maybe it's a bird, some kind of bird, maybe. I don't know. But he was starting to get a little bit scared, a little bit worried. Poured a little bit more coffee, sat a little closer to the fire, and thinking, gee, it's probably going to be time to go to bed soon, and the sound came again a little bit closer. And then he started to feel the beginning of, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, that feeling of. And the coffee cup was shaking, and he didn't know what to do, because not long after, the sound came again, even closer. that was it. He dropped the coffee. He started to run. He had a bad case of bush panic, and he was running, and right behind him. It was pretty scary. And he ran. He was bouncing off of bushes. He didn't even care anymore. He was running blind, because when you have bush panic, you just want to run. And right behind him, he could feel running behind, and he could hear the sound again. So, run, right behind him. Finally, he tripped on a root and fell to the ground. He just was shivering on the ground, and he could hear something walking closer and closer. And he could hear that sound right above him. And then he felt something on his shoulder, and he heard a voice that said, "Tag, you're it."
You to catch.
I know what you're thinking. For this, we paid money. No, it's free, so it doesn't matter today. I know, but those kinds of stories were a big part of the summer camp. Well, and since we're mentioning summer camp, I think we do have to sing a summer camp song. Would you say? Is that all right with everybody? Okay. Oh, I had a little chicken and it wouldn't lay an egg, so I poured hot water up and down its leg. I poured hot water up and down its leg, and my chicken laid a hard-boiled egg. Hard-boiled egg. My chicken laid a hard-boiled egg. Oh, I had a little chicken and it wouldn't lay an egg, so I poured hot mustard up and down its leg. I poured hot mustard up and down its leg, and my chicken laid a deviled egg. Deviled egg. My chicken laid a deviled. Now we're going to get a little seasonal. Oh, I had a little chicken and it wouldn't lay an egg, so I poured hot chocolate up and down its leg. I poured hot and down its leg, and my chicken laid an Easter egg. Easter egg. My chicken laid an Easter egg. Now, my kids at Bolton Camp took that very nice little song and they turned it into a bit of a macabre little song, and they added this verse. Oh, I had we'll sing it in a minor mode, I think, maybe. Oh, I had a little chicken and it wouldn't lay an egg, so I poured nitroglycerin up and down its leg. I poured nitroglycerin up and down its leg. My chicken laid a hand grenade. Elevate the tone, Rita Cox, please.
There are so many stories about meeting strangers in the night and having ghostly adventures. And the ghostly hitchhiker stories are some that I enjoy. I want to tell you a story of this young university student. He done so well. He was given by his parents a brand new car, and it was convertible. And he, on the weekends, was so proud of that car, he even dressed to match. And he'd be going from place to place. And he went to a party. When he got there, well, kind of boring it was. He didn't like the music, and the girls he saw there didn't really appeal to him. So he thought he'd get ready and go somewhere else. He knew about another place that he could go and have a good time. But just as he was getting ready to leave, that door opened and the most gorgeous girl came in. Oh, she was beautiful. He changed his mind right away. And then he went, as soon as he could, politely talk to her. And they danced. And they danced the night away. And then she said to him, I have to leave now. Here was an opportunity to show off his beautiful car. Here was an opportunity for him to take this girl home because she was so beautiful. And so he escorted her out to his car. She went, he opened the door like a fine gentleman, let her in, and they drove off. But because it was a convertible, she began to feel chilly. So he stopped and he took off his jacket and he gave it to her to put over her shoulders and then drove her home. They had a good long talk. And then he dropped her off at the place, at the address that she had given him. And he said, by the way, what's your name? Mamie. Mamie, she said. And then she said good night, and she went into the place where he had dropped her off, her home. As they drove along, he realized that she did not return his jacket. What a great opportunity to go and see her again. So the next day, he went along to the place where he had let Mamie off. He knocked at the door, and this old woman came to the door and said, yes. He said, I've come to see Mamie. Mamie? Are you sure, young man? Yes. Are you sure? You know Mamie? Yes, I know Mamie. Well, come in, young man. She was confused. And as he entered, he saw a beautiful picture of Mamie on the mantelpiece. He said, oh, there she is. Can I see her? Young man, I am Mamie's mother, and she's been dead for 25 years. Well, he thought the old woman was a little gone. He said, that's impossible. I danced with her last night. We had such a good time, and I dropped her off here. And he would not be convinced by this old woman. She thought he was a little dodgy. Well, can I see Mamie? She said, young man, would you take a walk with me? I'll take you to see Mamie. And so she put her shawl on, and she led him out through the backyard into a little lane and entered into a graveyard. And he, a bit puzzled, followed her. Maybe this was the shortcut to get to Mamie. She went through the little streets, little alleys in the graveyard, and at last she stopped at a headstone. And she stopped, and she looked at him, and he looked at her. And then he looked again, and there was that headstone, and she pointed to it, and he read something. In loving memory of me, but he could not see anymore, for the headstone was covered with the jacket he had lent maybe the night before.
Rita, we don't have, I don't quite know, how much more time do we have, Mariela? Uh-huh. So one of the ideas that Mariela had is there's a book called Ghostwise, a book of midnight stories, which I edited a long time ago. I wish it was still in print, but it isn't. But anyway, so this is a rare copy right here. And in it, Rita has a wonderful story about Mrs. Yarwood and her ring. And I wonder if you would be so kind as to tell us right now.
There's an old village. This is a story I heard from an elderly aunt of mine about an old house in a village in the country in Trinidad. This old house existed in my childhood, but it was covered, it was empty, it was covered with vines, and we didn't walk on that side of the street because that house was supposed to be haunted. And it was, all the villagers knew the story. This was the home of Ma and Pa Yarwood. Now, Pa Yarwood was a very dignified old gentleman. And he and Ma had been married for many, many years. And all the villagers looked up to them as the matriarch and patriarch of the village. They were kind and generous and very much respected. And they lived in this beautiful old house. But on Sundays, Pa and Ma would be dressed and they'd go driving through the neighborhood, and everybody greeted them. Pa's car was a Model T Ford, an old car, and he kept it in excellent condition. And the neighbors all waved to them as they went along. And alas, Pa died. And Ma Yarwood grieved so. And they had lived together for a long time. But all the neighbors and all the villagers looked after her to make sure she was safe, to make sure she was all right. Every day, Ma Yarwood went to the little village, the little town in the village shopping area to do a bit of shopping. And everybody say, "Good day, Ma Yarwood." And she'd say, "Hello, my children." There was a young man called Cyrus. He was a stranger, and he had come into that little shopping area. And he noticed that these people were so gracious, so respectful of this old woman. Now, she was bent over, dressed in gray and black, looked very meek and very sad. But he noticed there was something special about the way she was greeted. And as she passed by going to a little shop and coming out, he noticed that she had a huge wedding band in gold on her finger. And that interested him. So then he asked, "Who's that lady?" And the young men around told him, "Oh, that's Ma Yarwood. We have great respect for her. She lives alone up in the big house on the hill. Her husband died a few years ago, but we look after her. It is said that he left her very well off. She has a lot of money, and that they are pretty generous with the community." And Cyrus was a stranger. Live alone in that big house. And from that, seeing that ring, he knew she must have a lot of money. So he went away, and that night, he got a cab. And he drove to the place where that house was. It was a dark, dark night, and only the light of the cab cut us off on the road. And he dropped off in front of the old house, and he made his way up the hill. And as luck would have it, he pushed the door, and it was open. This is easy. How foolish of her not to lock her door, and she doesn't even have dogs, he said to himself. This is going to be a good night for me. So Cyrus went in, and he went in from room to room, searching, ransacking the place. By this time, Ma had gone into her bedroom, and she was in bed asleep. He went from room to room. He looked into drawers, he looked behind pictures, he looked everywhere, but didn't find much of value. So then he went a little further in, again another room, and then he came to the room where Ma Yarwood was fast asleep. And he pushed the door and it creaked, and Ma woke up. "Who's this?" And she looked, and there was this young man in front of her. What do you want? And he said to her, keep quiet. Where is your money? And Mark got up with much more agility than he expected of a woman of her age. And he came to her, and she came into the bed, and she fought with him, she struggled with him, she screamed. He did not expect that kind of result. And he pulled her off the bed and to the side, and as she fought with him, he fought back. And then he took his hands and he put it on her neck, and he squeezed and he squeezed and he squeezed until she fell on the ground, eyes bulging, dead. He went, even then, he pulled up the mattress, he looked everywhere, still nothing. And all he had was his flashlight. That was the only light that he had. Disappointed, he decided to leave because there was nothing there. And the light of that flashlight, as he stepped over my Yarwood, caught that ring that she had in his finger. So he pulled it off and left and went down and took a cab, hailed a cab, a lone cab that was on that dark, dark road. The cab driver stopped, he got into the back, and he sat there mad at himself. And as the cab went along that dark road, the taxi driver said to Outlaw, what on earth is that old woman doing walking alone in this dark night? And he said to him, I hope you don't mind. Well, we villagers look after each other, and that old woman is walking there all by herself. I'm going to stop and pick her up. And as he came alongside the old woman, he stopped and he said, Granny, where are you going at this time? She just pointed, but didn't say anything. He said, get in, I'll take you where you're going. So she opened the back door of the car and sat beside the young man who was sitting on the other side. And he sat there and he looked, and he noticed the old woman was coming closer and closer to him. And he pushed and he pushed. And then she reached out her hand, and when he held her hand, she pulled the ring that he had on his little finger. And he looked and he saw the face with two bulging eyes. And he opened the door of the car on his side and jumped out right into the path of a Model T Ford. And we was left there on the ground. There was a big crash, the driver stopped. And of course the police came, and he said, I don't understand it. This young man jumped out of the car, and a model that I have not seen in ages hit him and disappeared. And there was an old woman in the back seat with him, and she too has disappeared. He could not explain it. Well, 2 days passed, and the villagers did not see Maria, who came every day to the little shop. So they went to look after her to see what was wrong. And there, what they found was Maria Wood lying in the hallway of her room, eyes bulging. And of course they called the police and the doctor, and all the villagers came. And they looked at Maria Wood, and in her hand, one of her hands was clenched tight. And when they opened it, they found the golden wedding band that the young Cyrus had stolen. And that's the story of the wedding ring.
Mariela, have we come to the end of our ghosty, more or less? I'll tell you one true story. It's a very short story. I think every family probably has a story or two that happened within the family that's hard to explain. And in my family, it was a story. We have two, but I can only tell you one right now. And it happened to my grandfather. Some of you knew my mom. This was her father, an interesting man. He grew up in Romania. He studied engineering in Paris. He lived in Japan. He told me that the bathhouses were great because men and women went there together. And he took a lot of baths when he lived there. And to me, he was a really an interesting man, an old man when I knew him. And this experience had happened to him when he had left Japan and moved to San Francisco at the beginning of the last century as a young engineer. And he was homesick. He was far away from home and had traveled the world at this point. His nearest family member was in St. Louis, Missouri, his grandfather, but he didn't have a way to be in touch with him. He didn't even know really where he lived, just that he'd emigrated. So my grandpa was feeling homesick. Oh, he was working in the high Sierras too, building power lines, and he used to tell me the story of he saw a line of men waiting for supper, big mess hall up in the camps in the mountains. But there were 12 men and then a big gap and then 14 on. And he said to somebody, why isn't somebody standing in the 13th place? And they said, that's bad luck. So this is my grandfather, give you a flavor. He stepped right into that spot and he called out to all the 100 workers up there. He said, I'm Jewish, 13's a lucky number. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So one night he had a dream. And in the dream, his grandfather appeared to him. And his grandfather, in the dream, was radiating golden light. And he came to my grandpa and he said, Nick, I've come to tell you I love you very much. You'll have a good life. You will find a wonderful wife one day. But I will never see you again. So I've come to say goodbye. And at that point, his grandpa disappeared in the dream. Well, he woke up, he remembered the dream. And he even wrote it in his diary. And then he wrote a letter back to Romania. And it said, he was from Bucharest. He said, how is Grandpa? And he said, I'm doing well here in San Francisco, but how was grandfather? And they took a long time for the letter to come back because there was no airmail in those days. So he got a letter a few weeks later that said, we're so glad you're doing well, son, but we have sad news about your grandfather. He died. And he checked the date of his grandfather's death, and it was the same night he'd had his dream. He told me that story many times, and he was not a religious man, but he used to sometimes draw the sign of infinity and say to me, every human being has that written in your soul, and that's the part of us that never dies. And that was his way of saying, there are things in the world that are beyond our rational understanding. He said, no one can ever explain how a dream like that is possible. But it happened. So thank you all for coming. Come tomorrow night. Sheila Arnold going to do a phenomenal show. Lots going on at the festival. It's been a great festival so far. What a way to start. And there's a great show tonight as well here.
Yeah,
so.
And we're not finished because...
Oh, and a lecture coming up. A talk.
A talk coming up like in a few
minutes.
minutes.
Which is not to be missed with John Arno Larson and Celia Lottridge.
Exactly.
So please stay for that.
Please put your hands together to thank our wonderful Danny Yashinsky and Rita Cox. Rita Cox and Danny Yashinsky. Woo-hoo!
Yeah, thanks. I'm staying for it.